The county magistrate, and the prefectural governor, as officials of the common people and their families, act as the herders of the Jade Emperor's cattle and sheep. They should be content to carry out their various duties, and even if they must expend all their energy in the task, they mustn't hesitate to do so, even if they're coerced by high officials. If their willpower is sufficient, they can resist and hold their heads high. But in all things, these officials have acted as birds of prey, not thinking about the people they've made poor by their actions. Like cunning monkeys, they've risen through treachery, not disdaining to use tactics that even demons wouldn't employ. In accepting bribes and perverting the law, they possess human faces but bestial hearts. They should have their skin scraped off and for a short time after such punishment be sent to the underworld to join the dead, then their skins should be replaced with animal hides, to be reborn as beasts. As for the Hell King's servants, being demons, they're not human. The only thing they should have been worrying about is perfecting themselves in hopes of being reborn as human beings. What are they doing making waves in the mortal sea of woes when there's already evidence of their evil deeds everywhere? They're arrogant and domineering, their damned faces like frost in June, they rush about, causing destruction and roaring like tigers, running wild everywhere they go. They indulge in abuse of power in the underworld, and everyone is scared of falling under their control. They carry out the tyranny of wicked officials, together committing slaughter and spreading terror. Thus they should be taken to the execution ground, where their limbs will be chopped off, then they should be thrown into a boiling cauldron, so the flesh that boils off their bones can be dredged up afterwards. As for the man named Yang, he's wealthy but heartless, cunning but deceitful. He spread bribes around, filling the Hell King's hall with them. The stink of money there is overwhelming. So many people were wronged and driven to their deaths. This is what allowed him to influence the demon servants so effectively that it seemed he might even be able to influence the gods. Let the records show that what the Yang family owns will be given to Xi, to repay his filial piety. The guilty parties are to be sent by escort to the eastern mountains, where their sentences will be carried out. Then the Erlang god announced to Xi Lian, in recognition of your son's filial devotion to you, and of your benevolent, timid nature, I grant you an additional 36 years of life. Accordingly, he sent 2 men to accompany Xi Lian and Xi Fangping as they returned to their home village. Xi then made a copy of the Erlang god's verdict so he and his father could read over it carefully on the way back. After they arrived at their home, Xi Fangping revived first. He directed his servants to open his father's coffin and look inside, and though Xi Lian's stiffened corpse was still cold, they waited all day long till finally the old man began to grow warmer and finally returned to life. When Xi Fangping went to look for the copy he'd made of the verdict, however, it was nowhere to be found. From then on, his family's financial situation became stronger by the day, and in 3 years they owned fertile land all over the countryside. In contrast, the Yang family went into decline, their buildings and real estate in the end becoming Xi's possessions. There were other villagers who'd also considered buying some of the Yang properties, but at night, in their dreams, immortals appeared and warned them, these are meant for Xi's family and not for you to have. At first, they put no credence in the dreams. After buying some of the land, they proceeded to cultivate it, but by the end of the year, they couldn't get anything to grow there, so they sold it for almost nothing to Xi. Xi Fangping's father, Xi Lian, lived to be 90 years old before he died. The collector of these strange tales remarks, everybody claims to follow the teachings of Pure Land Buddhism, but they don't seem to realize that life and death are separated by another world, or that their thoughts don't all exist continuously between realms, and hence they don't realize why they've arrived in the other world or why they've left it. Didn't this man die and then die again, live and then return to life again? Dedicated to being loyal and filial, steadfastly determined through countless ages, Master Xi was strange indeed. What a man of mighty will! Underscore 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 Pure Land Buddhism. The Pure Land sect's chief tenet is salvation by faith in the Amitabha Buddha. It was established in China by Hui Yuan during the Jin dynasty, Suthil and Hadis 357. 399 Sakayu. Yu Shen, whose courtesy name was Jinan, was the son of a long-established family in Shuntian. When he went to take an examination in the capital, he arranged for lodging in a cottage just outside the city. It happened one day that he noticed, just outside his doorway, a young man who was quite strikingly handsome. Yu felt himself drawn to him, so he gradually started approaching to speak with him, noticing how matchlessly refined the young man seemed. Greatly pleased, he took the gentleman by the arm and invited him to his cottage lodging, where they shared a meal and conversation together. When Yu asked the young man his surname, he replied that he was a poet from Jinling named Yu Chen, whose courtesy name was Sunjiu. When Yu Shen heard that they shared the same surname, he felt even more closely in tune with his guest, so they agreed that the young man would treat Yu Shen like an elder brother. The young man also requested that Yu Shen call him by his birth name, Chen. The next day, while coming to visit Chen, Yu Shen noticed through the window that Chen's study was spotlessly clean, yet there were no attendants at the front entrance or the courtyard, nor any servants at all outside. Underscore 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 un. Shuntian, a prefecture established around Beijing, then known as Beiping, in the 14th century. Jinling, ancient name for Nanjing, capital of Jiangsu province. As Chen led Yu Shen inside, he called for his younger sister to come out and pay her respects. She turned out to be 13 or 14 years old, her skin perfectly unblemished, with a complexion like pale jade rather than white. In a little while, she brought out some tea for her brother's guest, for there were no maidservants in the house. Yu Shen thought this odd, exchanged several words with her, and then she left the room. From this point, the friendly affection between Yu Shen and Chen became even more like that of actual brothers. Not a day went by without Chen visiting Yu Shen, yet when Chen invited him to stay overnight, Chen declined by explaining that his sister was alone at home. "You live 1,000 li from my home," Yu Shen noted, "you have no boy servant to answer your door, plus you and your sister are too fragile for manual labor, so how can you provide for yourselves? I think it'd be better for you to come live with me, where you'd fit in and we could all stay there together. How about it?" Chen was very pleased by the idea, and they planned to combine their households following the examination. When the examination was concluded, Chen sought out Yu Shen and told him, "It's the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon will be shining as bright as day, and my sister, Sakayu, has some vegetable dishes and wine ready for us, so don't ruin her plans." When he finished speaking, he started to pull Yu Shen along to enter the house with him. Sakayu came out, casually chatted with Shen, then went back inside the house and shut the curtain behind her while she prepared the meal. In a little while, she came out again bringing dishes of food. Yu Shen stood up and declared, "Sister, with all this running around, how can I stand to see you working so hard?" Sakayu smiled, then retreated into the house. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Mid-Autumn Festival, held on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, during the autumnal equinox, when the moon is indeed full and bright. Soon a maidservant pulled aside the curtain and came out, carrying a jug, then an old woman joined her, bearing planks of wood with roasted fish on them. "Where'd these people come from?" asked Yu Shen in surprise. "Earlier, why didn't they come out to help your sister when she was so busy?" Chen gave a little chuckle and replied, "Sakayu was just playing a trick on you." When Yu Shen heard the sound of stifled laughter from inside the curtained area while he and Chen were eating, he didn't understand the reason for it. Later, when they'd finished their feasting, the maidservant and the old woman were removing the dishes as Yu Shen happened to cough and a little spit landed on the maidservant's clothing, As soon as it touched her, she fell to the ground, breaking bowls and splashing food around. By the time they could examine her, she was nothing more than a piece of silk cut by scissors in the shape of a little woman, only about 4 kun in size. Chen found this hilarious. Sukiya came out, laughing, picked up the silk cutout, then went back inside. Presently, the maidservant emerged once again, hurrying to clear away things just like before. Yu Shen found it all very strange. Chen explained, ever since my sister was an infant, she's always had a bit of talent for divination and magic. Yu Shen consequently asked him, since you and your sister have grown up together, why haven't either of you married yet? When our father died, things were left very uncertain for us, Chen explained, which is why we've been slow to consider marriage. Then they settled on a date for the brother and sister to move to their new residence with Yu Shen, when Chen would bring Sakayu, and they'd all head west. After they'd arrived at Yu Shen's home, he set aside rooms for Chen and Sakayu, then he sent a maidservant to take care of them. Yu Shen's wife, the niece of Assistant Minister Han, seemed particularly attached to Sakayu, so they often ate together. Underscore 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 un. Kun, a measure equal to 1/3 decimeter. Yu Shen was similarly close to Chen. But Chen proved the smarter of the two and was now such a fast reader, and performed so well on examination style, 8-part essays, that even a veteran scholar couldn't have competed with him. Yu Shen advised him to go take the civil service examination. Chen replied, for now, the only reason that I'm writing essays is because I'm interested in sharing ideas with you. When I reflect on the matter, I find that I couldn't stand being an official. Besides, a person who follows that path can't help but worry about successes and failures, so for that reason I'd just rather not do it. They lived together there for 3 years, and then Yu Shen failed the civil service examination again. Chen felt greatly anguished on his behalf, so he fervently exclaimed, "Why is it so difficult to place on the list of successful examination candidates? Originally, I didn't want to face the prospect of successes and failures, preferring to remain disengaged from the examination process. It burns me up now when I see that your talents haven't been brought to light, and as a mature young man of 19, I'm willing to dedicate myself to helping you reach your objective." Yu Shen was cheered by this, so he sent Chen to attend the tests for younger men. Chen achieved the highest score on the county and prefectural level exams. His successes convinced him to study even harder with Shen. A year passed and they both became champions in the exams offered at the county and prefectural levels. Chen's reputation caused quite a clamor, with families far and near contending in offering their daughters for him to marry, though Chen turned all of them down. Yu Shen strongly encouraged him to reconsider, but he refused, using the excuse that he needed to wait until the end of the provincial level civil service examination. Before long, the examination was concluded and Chen's admirers were eager to copy his essay and spread it around. Chen also felt that after this, he couldn't possibly come in second place after anyone else. Yet when the list of successful examination candidates was released, the two learned that they'd both been failed. At the time the news reached them, they were having a drink together and Yu Shen forced himself to laugh in reaction, but Chen turned pale and his wine cup fell from his hand as he collapsed under the table in front him. Yu Shen helped him to his bed, for the news had rendered Chen almost unconscious. Suddenly Chen called for Sakayu to come, then opened his eyes wide and told Yu Shen, "We two have felt as close as siblings, though in truth we don't share the same surname. I've already been entered in the underworld register of the dead. I've gratefully cherished our friendship, and though we can no longer be together, Sakayu's all grown up and since your wife has received her into your home with loving arms, I hope you will take her as your concubine. You must truly be out of your head with fever to tell me such things." Yu Shen exclaimed. "To believe that, I'd have to be some kind of beast that only appeared to be human." In response, Chen's tears began to run down his cheeks. Yu Shen proceeded to take out a large sum of money and purchased a superior quality coffin for Chen. Directing the household servants to raise him and prop his body up, Chen then urged his sister, "After I'm gone and placed in my coffin, don't let anyone open it and look inside." Yu Shen still wanted to speak with him, but Chen's eyes had already closed. Wounded by sorrow, Yu Shen responded as though he was mourning his own brother. Yet he secretly felt that Chen's comment to his sister had been a strange one, so he waited until Sakayu had gone out, then opened the coffin and looked inside, where he discovered that Chen's robe had been sloughed off like a carapace shed by a cicada. When he lifted it up, he discovered a bookworm that resembled a silverfish, about a chi in length, underneath it, lying there as though dead. As he cried out in astonishment, Sakayu ran in, sadly remarking, "Why would my brother have kept this a secret from you? He did so not to avoid telling you the truth, but for my sake. He was afraid that if word of this got around, I wouldn't be able to stay here long." "Behavior accords with affection," replied Yu Shen, "so where affection exists, what difference is there really between kinds of creatures? Don't you understand my heart, sister? I won't leak any word of this, so you have nothing to worry about." He then immediately consulted an oracle, to determine an auspicious day to hold a lavish funeral for Chen. Originally, Yu Shen wanted to consult with Sakayu and discuss her marriage to someone in a very affluent family, but Chen didn't want him to do so. After Chen died, Yu Shen spoke with Sakayu about the matter and she didn't want to leave his family. "You're already 20 years old," he told her, "you've been here for a long time, and no arrangements have been made for you to marry, so what will people say about me? If you're concerned about that, I will listen to you, brother," Sakayu responded. "Because I was once advised that my face didn't reflect a good fortune ahead, I don't wish to enter some nobleman's family, but instead will be satisfied to live with a humble scholar." "As you wish," Yu Shen said. Not many days later, Yu Shen contacted a matchmaker about finding a husband Sakayu would consider suitable, but was unsuccessful. Before all this, Han Chuan, the brother of Yu Shen's wife, had arrived to mourn with them, and when he happened to glance at Sakayu, he fell in love with her and wanted to purchase her to be his concubine. Han told his sister about his intentions, but she warned him not to say anything about it, fearing how Yu Shen might react upon finding out. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. When Han finally left, having been unable to express his wishes to his brother-in-law, he entrusted a matchmaker to convey his interest to Yu, including in the betrothal proposal a sizable bribe that Yu could give to his examiner at the next civil service examination. When Yu Shen heard this proposal, he grew furious and reviled Han, right on the verge of slapping the matchmaker and chasing her out his gate. Then he subsequently proceeded to sever all contact with Han. It happened that the marriage date for a certain high official's grandson, named Jie, was approaching when his intended wife suddenly died, so Jie also sent a matchmaker to speak with Yu. Jie's estate was huge, with many large and tall buildings, and Yu was familiar with it, yet he wanted to see Jie himself because of the agreement he'd made with Sakayu, so he invited Jie to pay a personal visit. In preparation for the visit, Yu had prepared a curtain for Sakayu to sit behind, then at the proper time planned to call for Sakayu to speak with him. Jie arrived, accompanied by the kind of escort one would associate with a nobleman returning to his home village to show off his success. People thought him to be as handsome and elegant as a virginal young man. Yu Shen was quite pleased to see how everyone was praising Jie, but Sakayu was unwilling to agree to a marriage. Yu refused to listen to her and in the end went forward with the marriage arrangements, yet when Shen prepared Sakayu a makeup case filled with fine cosmetics of seemingly incalculable cost, she firmly refused to accept it and required nothing but an old maidservant to wait on her after her marriage to Jie. Yu Shen wouldn't hear of this, so she finally had to accept Shen's generous gift. After Sakayu and Jie were married, they lived together in complete harmony. However, Yu Shen and his wife often felt concerned about Sakayu, and each month they invited her to come back to visit them. She would always arrive with jewels and embroidered adornments in her jewelry case, as well as a variety of other valuable items, which she then handed over to Yu's wife for safekeeping. She had no idea why Sakayu insisted on doing this, but she went along with it anyway. Jia's father died when he was young, so his widowed mother had always doted on him excessively, and when some dishonest men starting approaching him one day, gradually luring him into indulging in lewdness and gambling, Jia had to sell off some of his art collection, including calligraphy, paintings, and sculpted vessels, to repay his gambling house and brothel debts. But Han Xuan involved himself in the matter, inviting Jia out for drinks to find out more details, then expressed his interest in offering Jia 500 taels in exchange for Sakayu. At first, Jia was unwilling even to consider it, but Han remained firmly insistent in his offer till Jia started to waver, though he was afraid that Yu Shen would be quite upset with him. "I'll handle him, since he's kin," said Han, "but she isn't actually part of his family and she's your business now, so how can he do anything about it? If he tries anything, I'll take care of it. You have your own home, so why be afraid of whether my brother-in-law approves or not?" Then two splendidly dressed women brought them some wine, and Han remarked, "If you proceed with our agreement, your servants will look like this, too." Jia was lured into agreeing, so Han set a time to finalize the agreement, and then left. When the appointed day arrived, Jia considered how Han was taking advantage of him, but that night he waited beside the road until a carriage arrived and one of its curtains was lifted to signal that it was the anticipated one. Then leading the way, Jia conducted one of Han's servants back to his study. The servant took out 500 taels and handed them over as part of the agreed-upon exchange. Jia subsequently rushed into Sakayu's room and lied, "Master Yu's had a sudden attack of violent illness, and he's called for you." Sakayu was too preoccupied to put on makeup as she hastily ran out. After the carriage departed, accompanied by men on horseback, the servant driving it became confused due to the dark night, unable to tell where they were, and though they travelled for a long time, covering quite a distance, they were unable to determine whether they were close to arriving. Suddenly they saw that they were approaching two enormous lights, and Sakayu felt relieved, thinking they could ask for directions there. Before long, the carriage and entourage arrived at the source of the lights, a giant python with eyes like blazing lanterns. Terrified, the men on horseback fled, abandoning the carriage by the roadside. They waited to return until the sun began to rise and consequently found the carriage empty. Thinking that the giant python had surely already devoured Sakayu, the men returned home and reported the incident to Han, who could do nothing but hang his head in mourning, disappointed. After several days, Yu Shen sent a servant to pay a visit to Sakayu, and upon learning that certain villains had kidnapped her, his suspicions that Jia was untrustworthy were confirmed. He picked up the maidservant who'd been caring for Sakayu and returned home with her, then made detailed inquiries into the facts of what had happened, till he began to get a glimpse of the truth. Furious, he brought a lawsuit against Jia before the county magistrate. This frightened Jia, who went and begged for help from Han. Han was so miffed at the loss of money and concubine that he declared he'd offer absolutely no assistance. Jia felt like a fool for trusting Han and realized he had to revise his plans and find a way to cancel the documents filed against him, which meant gathering everything he could manage to offer as bribes that would exempt him from punishment. Within a month, his money, jewelry, and other personal adornments had all been distributed. Yu Shen went to see an imperial censor about getting to the root of the matter as quickly as possible, and the local officials all responded respectfully to the censor's stern commands, so Jia realized that he couldn't conceal the facts of the matter any longer and thus told the whole truth of the matter in a court of law. Accordingly, a warrant was issued for Han's arrest, forcing him to face the charges publicly in court. Han, terrified, told his father about the situation. His father, who by that time had already retired from office, became angry at his son's lawless behavior, and handed him over to the court. After Han's servants were questioned by all the local officials, they reported on their encounter with the python, which the officials said was all nonsense and fabrications. the servants were consequently whipped almost to death, and Jie, too, was flogged painfully over and over. Fortunately, his mother was able that day to sell off some land by asking very little for it, and was able more or less to rescue him, so his punishment was lightened enough that he didn't die, though Han's servants had already died from their beatings. Han was to be locked away in prison for a long time, which prompted him to give Jia 1,000 taels to use to implore Yu to drop his lawsuit. Yu Shen, however, absolutely refused the bribe. Jia's mother then pleaded with him to take Jia's 2 concubines, begging that the case be allowed to remain open while they waited to see what further searches and inquiries turned up about Sakayu. Yu's wife then undertook at her uncle's and her mother's requests from morning till night to offer excuses for Jia's actions till finally Yu Shen relented. Jia's family became extremely poor, their home and belongings sold for cash, yet even in their haste they hadn't yet sold off everything, so they had to send the 2 concubines to plead with Yu to allow them a delay. Several days later, Yu Shen was sitting in his study one night, when Sakayu, accompanied by an old woman, suddenly entered. Yu, astonished, asked, "Are you really unharmed?" Sakayu laughed and replied, "The python was a bit of my own magic. That night, I fled to enter Liaozhai's home, where I lived with him and his mother. He told me that he knew of you and he's waiting outside at your gate. Please invite him to come in." Yu hurried out to welcome his guest, holding a candle, but he didn't see him. Then he found Scholar Zhou, who was from Wanping, and with whom he felt an immediate affinity that pleased them both. Holding on to Zhou's arm, Yu entered his study with his guest, greeting his arrival cordially. They spoke earnestly together for a long time, and after that, Yu finally understood the full range of what had occurred. The night of her disappearance, Sakayu appeared in humble sincerity at the scholar's door, so his mother accepted her into the house, and upon learning that she'd previously been treated like Yu Shen's younger sister, Zhou wanted to send her back quickly to Yu's family. Sakayu stopped him from doing so, and thus she came to live with his mother. Sakayu was wise and understanding, so the mother was quite delighted with her. Because her son had no wife, she secretly confided her hopes to Sakayu. The girl declined, explaining that this should be approved by her brother, Yu Shen. Zhou also insisted that since he had a good relationship with Yu Shen, he wouldn't marry his sister without sending a matchmaker first, so he continually kept his ears open for a good opportunity to speak with Yu Shen. When they learned that Yu had dropped the lawsuit against Han, Sakayu told Zhou's mother that she wanted to return home. The mother had Zhou escort her together with an old woman, advising the latter to serve as a matchmaker. Yu Shen realized that Sakayu had been living with Zhou in his home for a long time, and in his heart, he wasn't sure what to say about that, but when the old woman spoke of a marriage, he was overjoyed, and met with Zhou to conclude the arrangements. Underscore 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 un. Liaozhai, a successful candidate in the county level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Wanping, an old county name, now part of southern Beijing. Sakayu returned home at night, telling Yu Shen he could spread the news of her return once he received the money due to him from the Jia and Han families. Yu, however, disagreed. "I had no way to release my anger, so I demanded money in order to bankrupt them. But now I realize that the sight of you again can't be bought even by 10,000 taels." Then he sent someone to inform the Jia and Han families that he was withdrawing the suit against them. He thought that Zhou's family might worry about not being able to give much to the couple and that Zhou lived quite far from him, which would make it difficult for Zhou to arrange for a sedan chair to transport his bride, so Yu Shen had Zhou and his mother come to live with them, just as Chen had done in the old days. Zhou provided enough money to pay musicians to play for them, and hence the wedding ceremony was a success. One day, Yu's wife teased Sakayu, "Now that you've got a new husband, do you remember those past days, when you slept with the former one?" Sakayu smiled, then turned to her maidservant and asked, "Do you remember?" Yu's wife didn't understand what she meant, so she asked about the comment, and it turned out that for about 3 years, the maidservant had been taking Sakayu's place in bed with Ji. Each night, she'd take a brush and paint the maidservant's eyebrows, then quickly slip out of the room so when Jia arrived with a candle, he'd find her sitting alone and wouldn't be able to tell that it wasn't Sakayu. Yu's wife thought this remarkable and begged for Sakayu to teach her this magical art of face painting, but Sakayu just smiled and didn't reply. The next year, the provincial-level civil service examination was to be held and Zhou was just about to leave with Yu Shen to take it. Sakayu told him, "You don't have to do this." But Yu insistently dragged Zhou along with him and they left. When the administrators evaluated the results, Yu was given a passing score, but Zhou was failed and returned home privately, concluding that he should just retire from public life. Another year went by, and his mother died, so nothing more was said about him continuing to forge ahead with a career. One day, Sakayu told Yu's wife, "In the past you asked about my magical arts and I was quite unwilling to say anything, for fear it would scare you. Now, since we're about to be far from each other, I will teach you the mysteries you've inquired about and then you'll also be able to evade the turmoil of social upheaval." Yu's wife was shocked by this latter comment, so she asked Sakayu what she was talking about. 3 years from now, she explained, this place will be depopulated and smoldering. I'm timid and I can't bear to feel panic-stricken, so I'm about to throw myself into the sea and live in seclusion there. Since your husband is a man of wealth and rank now, I can't take him with me, which is why I'll tell you my secrets. Then she proceeded to instruct Yu's wife in all the magic she knew. After several days, she also told Yu Shen her plans. He tried unsuccessfully to detain her, and when the time approached for her to leave, he pleaded with her tearfully, "Why must you go?" She just stood with him and said nothing. At the rooster's crowing, she got up in the morning, taking a white-haired servant, and left on a pair of donkeys with her husband, Scholar Zhou. Yu Shen secretly sent some men to trail behind them, but as they arrived at the Jiaozhou and Liaozhai region, a fog of fine dust descended from the sky, and by the time it finally cleared away, Sakayu and the others had already vanished. 3 years later, an uprising of people following Li Zichen fought against the Ming dynasty, leaving cottages in ruins. Yu Shen's wife used scissors to cut some silk that she placed inside their gate, and when the rabble arrived, they saw clouds circling around Wei Tuo, who stood a zhang in height, so they ran away in terror, and thus the Yu home was protected without loss. Underscore 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 un. Jiaozhou and Liaozhai region, broadly signifying northeast Shandong province in Piyu's time, as Sakayu's group were heading towards the sea. These are now cities in the south-central and north-central portions of the province, respectively. Afterwards, a merchant from their village happened to be en route to the sea when he met an old man, his hair entirely white, who seemed suddenly to recognize him. The old man stopped abruptly, and with a smile, asked, "Are our relatives in Master Yu Shen's family still healthy? Please give them these regards, Sakayu is very peaceful and happy." The merchant asked him what village he was living in, and the old man replied, "Oh, far away, far away." Then he hastily departed. When Yu Shen heard about this, he sent servants back to the area to make inquiries everywhere, but in the end, they could find no traces of the old man. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "A cultured scholar has no need for an official's fortune, and this has been so since long ago." At first Chen recognized this truth, but later on he discounted it. Couldn't he see that the literary judgment of the examiners is always unreliable? One failure can cause one to end his life, the sympathetic response of a foolish bookworm. What a pity that Chen's end as an intelligent scholar isn't nearly as admirable as Zhou's subsequent life as a scholar living in seclusion from the world. Underscore 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 un. Li Zikan, in the 1630s, the peasant rebellion led by common soldier Li began out in Shaanxi province and worked its way eastward, culminating in the fall of Beijing in May 1644, opening the way for the Manchus to move south from Mongolia and to complete the overthrow of the Ming dynasty. Wei Tuo, a bodhisattva guardian in Buddhist monasteries, entrusted with the protection of the Dharma and related ritual objects. Zhang, a measure equal to 3.33 meters. One failure can cause one to end his life. Zhu, 3:1350 and 66, sees this as an allusion to Zhang Liang, d. 189 BCE, who unsuccessfully attempted to assassinate the tyrannical Qin Shi Huang, first emperor of a united China. 400 Jia Fengzi. Jia Fengzi, who was from Pingliang, had a reputation as one of the most talented fellows of his time, yet he always failed the imperial civil service examinations. One day, he was traveling along the road when he met a Zaihokai, who identified his surname as Lang, and whose manner was quite cordial, though he was quite straightforward in his speech. Jia invited Lang to come home with him, where he took out some of the essays he'd written in order to solicit the Zaihokai's comments on them. Lang read over them, but didn't have much to say by way of praise, commenting, "Your essay should easily rank first among those written for the county level, but in the actual civil service examination, you'll finish at the very bottom of the list of successful candidates." "Why?" Jia asked. "It's the same for everyone in the world," replied Lang. "Lifting one's head and making the connections necessary for social advancement is difficult, while simply keeping one's head bowed is very easy. That's what I'd say a person of lowly status has to do." Then he pointed out one or two essays from a couple of specific writers as appropriate standards, though Jia had mostly rejected them as not deserving of his respect. When he heard that Lang considered them good models, Jia laughed and replied, "A scholar should write with the goal of expressing ideas that are truly immortal, and if they prove to be as valuable as one of the 8 methods of cooking food, then it's not improper for them to be rewarded with high rank and corresponding salary. Yet if a scholar strives solely to gain an official's rank, even if he becomes the prime minister, he'll still be an unworthy individual." Underscore 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 un. Pingliang, a county located in Gansu Province. Zaihokai, a successful candidate in the county level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. "You're mistaken," replied Lang. "Today, even if your essays are beautifully written, if you're just a lowly scholar, they're not going to be circulated. That's fine if all you want is to remain as you are, otherwise, you've got to produce the kind of 8-part essays that all officials write, making each of yours look like the works they wrote to secure their positions, but I'm afraid no one's going to read what you write and you won't change an examiner's feelings about what he's seeing." Jia froze in stunned silence. Lang stood up with a laugh and declared, "Such a naive young man." Then he left. That same autumn, Jia once again took the civil service examination and failed it, which left him feeling depressed until he recalled Lang's words to him, so he picked up the essays that Lang had pointed out to him and forced himself to read them. But before he'd even reached the end of the first page, he started nodding off from boredom, perplexed that he couldn't find anything he could draw from them to help his own writing. 3 years passed and it was just about time once again to take the civil service examination, when Lang suddenly arrived, looking very happy. He took out 7 essay topics, assigning them to Jia as exercises. The next day, upon reviewing the essays, he declared them unacceptable, instructing Jia to rewrite them. When Jia was finished doing so, Lang once again rejected them. As a joke, Jia decided to put together a terrible essay, gathering together phrases from various essays that were verbose or unclear, that no one could make head or tail of, then randomly linking them together into another essay, waiting for Lang to arrive so he could show him the results. Upon reading the result, an overjoyed Lang exclaimed, "Now you've got it." Accordingly, he directed Jia to memorize the essay, to have it firmly in mind so he couldn't forget it. underscore 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 un. 8 methods of cooking food, namely, stir-frying, steaming, stewing, deep frying, roasting, boiling, red cooking, and clear seething. Jia laughed and replied, I have to be truthful, these sentences aren't my own words, and once I turn my eyes from them, even if you were to torture me, I couldn't possibly remember them again. Lang sat at Jia's study table, forcing him to read the essay aloud. Lang then had him open his robe to expose his shoulder as he took a brush, wrote a protective charm on it and then left, explaining, just this much of the essay is already sufficient, so now you can bundle up and put away all your other books. Jia checked the writing on his shoulder and tried to wash it away, but it wouldn't come off, for it had soaked quite deeply into his skin. When he arrived to take the examination, he discovered that it was addressing the same 7 topics Lang had given him. He turned his thoughts to the essays he'd written, but was unable to remember any portion of them and could only call to mind the piece he'd written as a joke, which he remembered as clearly as if he'd memorized it. With his writing brush in hand, he felt truly embarrassed. He wanted to alter the wording a bit, but his thoughts were so jumbled up that he finally couldn't change a single character. The sun had already begun to set, so he turned in what he'd written and went outside. Lang, who'd been waiting for him for a very long time, asked, What took you so long? Jia told him the truth, then begged him to wipe away the charm from his shoulder, but as he twisted around to look at it, he found that it had already faded away. When he recalled what he'd submitted in the examination hall, it was as though he'd been writing from another world. It seemed very strange, so he asked Lang, Why don't you take your own advice? With a smile, Lang explained, Since I don't care about achieving this kind of success, I don't have to read or write these kinds of essays. Then he wanted to arrange for Jia to come to his home the next day. Jia agreed to do so. After Lang left, Jia picked up the manuscript of the essay he'd written and read over it, recognizing that he'd truly had no idea what he was doing when he wrote it, and feeling genuinely disappointed and unsatisfied with it. Unable to consider facing Lang again, he went home, depressed. Before long, the list of successful examination candidates was posted, and it turned out that Jia had been awarded the top score. He read over his essay manuscript once again, sweating nervously as he did so, and once he was finished, his clothing soaked with perspiration, he cried aloud, This essay is crap, how can I face all the other scholars? Just as he was feeling ashamed, Lang suddenly appeared, and asked him, If you've achieved what you were after, why are you so down? I was just thinking, Jia replied, that whether it's in a gold basin or a jade bowl, it's still just dog shit, so I can't possibly hold up my head when I go out to see my fellow examinees. I'm on the verge of heading off to the mountains to become a holy hermit, to cut off contact with the world. Lang answered him, This is a very high aspiration, but I doubt that you can really do it. However, if you think you can, I'll take you to see someone who can help you become an immortal, who no longer cares about reputation, love, or wealth and rank. Jia was delighted to hear this and invited Lang to lodge with him that night, promising, I'll think it over. The next morning, he told Lang, I've made up my mind to do it. He didn't tell his wife and son, but simply headed off with Lang. Gradually they found themselves deep in the mountains, where they came to the abode of a mountain recluse. Its insides were like nothing Jia had ever seen. There was an old man sitting there, to whom Lang paid his respects, calling him his master. Aren't you early? Asked the old man. Lang explained, This man is already firmly committed to following the Dao, so I hope you'll accept him as your student. Since you've come here, the old man told Jia, you must discipline yourself to surpass your expectations, for only then will you begin to follow the Dao. Jia eagerly agreed to obey the old man's instructions. Lang accompanied him to a courtyard, found him a place to sleep, saw to it that he had something to eat and then left. Jia's room had been meticulously cleaned, but there was no door in its entranceway, there were no paper lattices over the windows, and the only furniture was a desk and a bed. As Jia took off his straw sandals and sat down on the bed, the moon began to shine brightly through his windows. He felt a bit hungry, so he picked up and ate what had been left for him, finding it pleasant and quite satisfying. He thought to himself that Lang might be coming back at any time. Hence he sat quietly for a long while, waiting without hearing sounds of anyone coming, till he began to sense a delicate fragrance filling the room and his internal organs began to glow, making it possible for him to enumerate his many veins and arteries. Suddenly he heard a harsh rubbing sound, like a cat scratching an itchy place, and when he peered out the window, he saw a tiger crouched beneath the building's eaves. The instant he spotted it, he was terrified, then he recalled his Daoist master's words and collecting his thoughts, he sat placidly in complete concentration. The tiger reacted as though it realized someone was observing it, so it entered Jia's room in search of the observer and approached his bed, breathing heavily, and sniffed at his legs. Presently, it heard an agitated squawking from the courtyard, like a chicken had been caught and trussed up, so the tiger quickly hurried back outside. Then after Jia had been sitting there for a few moments, a beautiful woman entered, exuding a rare herbal fragrance, and moved straight for him, quietly settling onto the bed and leaning near enough to whisper to him, "I'm here." More of the rare fragrance accompanied her words as they left her lips. Jia shut his eyes tight and didn't move a muscle. Then she whispered again, "Are you asleep?" The voice sounded just like that of his wife, so he shifted slightly. But then he thought to himself, "This is all just my master testing me with his magic." Thus he shut his eyes just like before. The beauty giggled and said, "The mice are running around." At home, Jia and his wife shared their room with a maidservant, so whenever they wanted to make love, but were afraid the maidservant might hear, they used a private code to communicate their desire. The mice are running around, so they must be having a good time. Upon hearing these very words, Jia unconsciously rolled over, opening his eyes to stare at her and saw that she truly seemed to be his wife. "How'd you get here?" he asked her. "Scholar Lang was afraid you'd feel lonely and think about going home," she explained, "so he sent an old woman to guide me here." In the course of their conversation, she remarked on Jia's having left home without saying anything to her, purging her resentment as she snuggled up to him. Jia consoled her for a good long while and then they happily made love together. By the time they'd finished, night had already turned to day, and they heard the sound of the old man's scolding voice gradually drawing near the courtyard. Jia's wife quickly got up, but couldn't find any place to hide, so she climbed over a short wall and hurried away. Moments later, Lang followed as the old man entered the room. The old man proceeded to strike Lang with his cane and then, indicating Jia, ordered Lang to drive him away. Lang led Jia over to the short wall outside and told him, "My hopes for you were too extravagant, so I couldn't resist trying to hurry you along. Unexpectedly, you were unable to sever the relationship to your family, and now I've been beaten for my efforts. For the time being, follow your wife home, then we'll meet together some other day." He pointed out the road that would take Jia home, then gestured farewell with folded hands, and went back inside. Jia looked down the mountain below at his village, which appeared the same as always. He reasoned that his wife must be walking slowly, so she'd catch up with him later. Thus he hurried on to the village, soon arriving at his home's gate, where he saw that the walls of the house had collapsed, which was certainly not the way he'd left it, and none of the villagers, young or old, recognized him, all of which he found quite shocking. Suddenly he thought about Lu Yuking's story about Lu Chen and Ruan Zhao returning from Tiantai and felt that the same thing must have happened to him. He didn't dare enter his gate, so instead he sat down to rest. After he'd been there a good long while, an old man came by with the aid of a walking stick. Jia bowed politely with his hands clasped in respect, and asked him, "Where can I find the house of a man named Jia?" The old man pointed to Jia's residence and replied, "This one is it. Since you asked, would you like to hear about the strange business associated with him? I know all about it." The story goes that this gentleman had just heard about his success in the civil service examination, and inexplicably decided to run away. At that time, his son was just 7 or 8 years old. When he reached the age of 14 or 15, his mother suddenly fell into a deep sleep from which she wouldn't awake. As long as he lived, the son took care of dressing her in appropriate clothes whenever the weather turned hot or cold. After he died, Jia's 2 grandsons became poverty-stricken, so they tore down the house, using the original wooden framework to build a protective covering for their grandmother. Just last month, Jia's wife suddenly awakened, to learn that 100 years had gone by. Underscore 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 un. Lu Yuking's story about Lu Chen and Ruan Zhao, Zhu, 3:1356 and 35, identifies Liu's Yuming Lu, Tales of the Immortals, as the source of this other story about individuals returning, Rip Van Winkle-like, to their vastly changed homes after having spent what seemed to them a brief time in the presence of an immortal. People all around began to hear about the weird occurrences, so everyone started coming here to see the place for themselves, and it's only in the last few days that they've stopped coming. The truth suddenly dawned on Jie, who blurted, "What you don't know is that I'm that same Jie Fengzi." The old man, utterly amazed, turned around and ran home to report the news to his family. By this time, Jia's eldest grandson had already died. His other grandson, Jia Xiang, was over 50 years old. The fact that Jia looked so young made Xiang suspect that he was an impostor. After a little while, Jia's wife came out, and she recognized him. Tears poured from their eyes as they called for their other family members, and they all went inside together. Facing the reality that he no longer had his own home to live in, Jia temporarily moved into Xiang's house. Adults and children, men and women, all of Jia's grandchildren and great-grandchildren rushed to be near him, most of them wretchedly poor and uneducated. Wu Shi, the wife of Jia's eldest grandson, bought some wine and cheap coarse grains, then she arranged for her youngest son, Jia Gao, and his wife to share a room with her, so she could give their room to Jia Fengzi and his wife. When Jia entered the house, the stink of cooking smoke, dust, and the children's urine in the air assaulted his nose. After he'd been living there just a few days, he just couldn't take it anymore. He alternated taking his meals with the families of his 2 grandsons, though the food in both cases was particularly unappetizing. Once people in the village heard about Jia returning home, they began inviting him out for food and drinks, day after day. His wife, meanwhile, continually had to go without getting enough to eat. Wu Shi, who was the daughter of a scholar, was quite refined and educated, always unfailingly obedient. Xiang, on the other hand, began gradually diminishing the provisions he gave his grandfather and even got to the point of barking orders at him. This made Jia angry, so he took his wife and left, setting up a place east of the village where he began tutoring. He often told his wife, "I'm really sorry I returned to all this, but it's too late to do anything about it now. I have no alternative but to take up my old profession once again, and if I'm absolutely shameless, becoming rich and famous shouldn't be difficult at all." They lived thus for a year, and throughout that time, Wu Shi kept supplying them with food, while Xiang and his children never came to see them. That year, Jia took the local civil service examination. The county magistrate attached a great value to his essays, rewarding him with generous gifts, and from thenceforward, Jia's family became moderately wealthy. Xiang gradually decided that it would be advantageous to become closer to Jia. Jia summoned him, then settled their accounting of expenses formerly incurred, taking out money to pay Xiang before proceeding to tell him off and then ordering him to leave. Jia then purchased a new residence and moved Wu Shi in to live with them. Wu had 2 sons, and the elder son supervised the family's business affairs. The younger son, Gao, was quite intelligent, so they sent him to become one of Jia's students. When Jia returned home from the mountain, his state of mind was bright and discerning, thus he was able to succeed and become a jinchi. Then after several years, he served as an imperial censor for eastern and western Zhejiang, achieving a glorious reputation, receiving rewards of private performances and elaborate houses, a time of great accomplishment for him. Jia conducted himself as a truly upright and honest man, not intimidated by wealthy individuals or high officials from the imperial court, some of whom jealously attempted to destroy his reputation. He repeatedly petitioned the emperor without receiving a decree of consent regarding his desire to withdraw into a simple life, so it wasn't long until disaster struck. Underscore 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 un. Jinshi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the imperial civil service examination. Xiang had 6 sons, all of whom were rogues, and though Jia avoided contact with them, they conspired to exploit his considerable influence for their own benefit, flagrantly seizing land and residences, forcing villagers to flee. There was a certain man named Yi, who had just been married, and Xiang's second son kidnapped Yi's wife, intending to make her his concubine. Yi began condemning his adversary publicly, and upon hearing about his wrongs, all the other villagers collected money for Yi to use in making a legal claim against the kidnapper and his family. Jealous court officials took advantage of the opportunity to attack Yi. Since they saw to it that he wasn't given the chance to present his case at court, Yi was sentenced to jail for a year. Xiang and his second son both eventually died in prison. Upon his release, Yi received a court mandate to join the army in Liaoyang. By then, Jia Gao had already been a Zioki for some time, having gained a reputation for being generous, kind, and virtuous. Jia Fengzi's wife gave birth to a son who was 16 by that time, so he was sent to study with Jia Gao, while the couple took one manservant and an old woman with them, and left. En route to the army post, Jia told his wife, "For 10 years we've experienced wealth and rank, thinking for the longest time that it was like a dream. Now I've come to realize that the glories of the examination hall are all just another part of the hell of existence, and I regret comparing myself to Lu Chen and Ruan Zhao, for my disaster is the result of succumbing to power's seduction." After several days, they arrived at the sea coast, where in the distance they spotted a gigantic boat approaching, accompanied by resplendent drumming and music, while those in command of the boat all looked like immortals. Once the boat had drawn near them, a man stepped off it, smiling and inviting the former censor to come aboard for a brief rest. Jie, pleasantly surprised, leapt up onto the boat, though the servants accompanying him didn't dare do likewise. Underscore 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 un. Liaoyang, a county in Piyu's time, part of Liaoning province. His wife ran towards the vessel, wanting to follow her husband aboard, but in no time it was already far away, so in frustration she flung herself into the sea. She'd drifted no more than a few body lengths when she saw someone lower a silk rope into the water from a small boat so she could grab it and be rescued. A servant then gave orders to the boat's punter to head back to the big boat, hollering as they pursued it, while the sound of the drums on board became thunderously loud till the sound was replaced by the roaring of the waves, and in the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Jia's servants recognized the man shouting in the rescue boat as Scholar Lang. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "For decades, Chen Dashi continued toiling in the examination halls, and after finally achieving recognition for his essay skills, he recited 3 or 4 of his past essays, then sighed, 'Who'll ever be able to recognize their value?' Then he discarded or revised those past examination essays, as though they were inferior even to those written in his spare time for practice. Scholar Jia was ashamed of his writing and fled, which suggested that he had the potential to become someone who ascended to the realm of the immortals through his own efforts. When he returned to the mortal world, he followed convention, degrading himself to provide living expenses, and here it should be said that poverty remains the great scourge of scholars. underscore 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 un. Chen Dashi, Zhu identifies Chen Dashi, also known as Chen Jitai, as an individual who finally achieved the title of Jinshi at the age of 60, 3:1357 and 63. 401 Yanzi. A man from Dongchang named Bian, a humble animal doctor, had a daughter called Yanzi, who was talented, kind, and quite lovely. Her father treasured her, so he wished to help her escape their family's poverty through an advantageous marriage, but influential families had no respect for a poor and lowly family like Bian's, so they disdained any suggestions of a marriage contract, and thus by the time she was 15, she hadn't been betrothed. Just across from the Bian home lived the family of a man named Gong and his wife, Wang, a frivolous and disrespectful woman who enjoyed teasing people, and who often came over to chat with Yanzi. One day, Yanzi was accompanying Wang as she left, when they spotted a young man passing by, dressed all in white, and possessed of an extremely elegant demeanor. Yanzi was quite taken with him, so she smiled pleasantly at him to attract his attention. The young man, however, simply lowered his head and hurried on his way. Even after he'd gone quite a ways, Yanzi continued to stare at him from a distance. Wang realized what this meant, so she teasingly remarked, "With your talent and beauty, you'd make a great match for such a man, so he couldn't possibly say no to you." Yanzi's cheeks blushed, and she was so amorously tongue-tied that she couldn't say a word. "Do you know this fellow?" asked Wang. Underscore 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 un. Yanzi, the title character's name means rouge, the title under which the story is best known in English, largely due to the translation of Stanley Kwan's 1987 extremely loose film adaptation of the story under that same name. "No," Yanzi replied, "I don't know him. He's a Zioki from the lane south of here," Wang explained, "named Ikiasun, the son of a successful scholar. We used to be their neighbors, so I know him well. In all the world there's not a more kind gentleman, and now he's dressed in white because he's mourning his wife who recently died. But if you're interested, I could send him word to have a matchmaker negotiate a marriage contract." Yanzi didn't respond, so Wang departed, smiling. After several days there was still no word from Ikiasun, so Yanzi first began to suspect that Wang hadn't had a chance to go speak with his family, then she suspected that Yi's relatives were unwilling for him to marry someone whose social status was lower than his. She paced, disheartened, her thoughts preoccupied with him, till she gradually began to refuse to eat, and finally had to be confined to bed, unable to breathe easy, exhausted by her worries. When Wang Shi happened to come by to see her, and learned of this, she inquired into the causes of Yanzi's malady. "I don't know," the girl replied. "But since you were here the other day, I've felt restless and unwell, thinking of that young man day and night." Wang whispered, "My husband has been away on business and hasn't returned home yet, so I still haven't sent anyone to sound out Master Yi. Is this what has caused your discomfort?" Yanzi's face brightened considerably. "Given that you're already in such a dire state with your illness," Wang teased, mischievously, "what point is there in any further scruples? If you invite him to spend the night with you, how could he possibly refuse?" With a sigh, Yanzi said, "Since it's come to this, I guess I can't afford to be so shy anymore. As long as he doesn't look down on me for being poor, you can have him send a matchmaker and I'm sure I'll get better, but as for a secret rendezvous, I absolutely refuse to consider it." Wang nodded, then left. When she was much younger, Wang became involved intimately with her neighbor, a scholar named Su Ji, and even after she was married, Su would watch to see when her husband was out, then would always come to her and resume their old relationship. The same night that she'd spoken to Yanzi, Su came to her, so Wang told him about Yan Zi's predicament for laughs, then playfully started coaxing him into contacting Ikiasen on Yan Zi's behalf. Su had heard about the beautiful Yan Zi for a long time, so when Wang made her suggestion, he was secretly overjoyed to receive a lucky opportunity to exploit the joke. Just as he was about to head to Yan Zi's house, he began to fear that Wang might become jealous, so he acted like he wasn't really taking her words seriously, but then inquired where Yan Zi lived and where exactly her room was located. The next night, he climbed over the Bian family's wall and entered their courtyard, finding his way to Yan Zi's room, then rapped on her window. "Who's there?" she asked. "It's Scholar E," said Su. "I can't stop thinking about you," Yan Zi told him, "but I want to love you for a lifetime, not just for one night. If you truly love me, then you should send a matchmaker as quickly as you can, but if all you want is intercourse, I cannot go along with your wishes." Su accordingly promised he would do so, but pled pathetically for her to let him hold her hand as a token of her affection. She couldn't bear to refuse him, so she quickly got up and opened her door. Su hastily entered and threw his arms around Yan Zi, clearly intending for her to submit to him sexually. She lacked the strength to resist and fell to the floor, gasping for breath. Su quickly pulled her to her feet. "What kind of young brute are you, coming here like this?" she cried, "for now I'm certain you're not Scholar E. If you were, you'd treat me gently, knowing that I've been ill, and show your sympathy rather than this violence. If you keep on like this, I'll scream, and both of our reputations will be greatly damaged." Su was afraid of having his presence there revealed, so he dared not try to force himself on her again, instead begging her to meet him later. Yan Zi told him that she'd look forward to seeing him on the day of their wedding. That was too far away, he complained to her, urging her to set another time. Tired by his pestering her, Yan Zi agreed to meet with him after she'd recovered from her illness. Su then entreated her for a keepsake, but Yan Zi wouldn't give him anything. He grabbed at her foot, snatched off one of her slippers and ran out. Yan Zi shouted for him to come back, crying, "I've agreed to marry you, so why should you think I'll be stingy about giving you my all? What I worry about is that if our marriage fails, we'll be laughed at and disgraced. You have the filthy thing in hand now, there's no way to avoid the inevitable. But if you change your mind about us, I'll just die." After Su fled with the slipper, he went to spend the night with Wang. As they were lying down together, Su couldn't stop thinking about the slipper, but when he covertly searched where he'd placed it inside the sleeve of his robe, it wasn't there. He frantically got up and lit a lamp, shook out his clothing, then began hunting for it in the darkened room. When Wang asked what he was looking for, Su wouldn't tell her. He suspected that she'd hidden it from him, and she just laughed at him for obviously blaming her for something he wouldn't talk about. Since he couldn't hide the truth any longer, he told her all about it. By the time he finished explaining, he'd used the lamp to look through the entire room and even outside its doorway, but still couldn't find the slipper. Regretting its misplacement, he returned to bed, consoling himself that no one would spot it in the dark, and that if it had fallen out, it'd still be there where it landed. He got up early the next morning to look around, but once again failed to locate it. At that time, there happened to be a lazy lout named Mauda living in the lane. He'd tried a number of times without success to seduce Wang, and since he knew that Su was sleeping with her, he figured he'd catch the two of them in bed together. That same night, he snuck in, pushing open Wang's unbolted gate. Once he was outside Wang's window, he stepped on something as soft as silk, and when he picked it up to take a look, it turned out to be the cloth wrapping attached to an embroidered slipper. Hiding to listen, once he'd heard Su relate all the details to Wang, he left, elated. Several days went by and then Mao climbed over the wall to enter Wang's house, but because he got mixed up about which gate was hers, he mistakenly directed himself to the bedroom of Yan Zi's father. When Bian happened to peek out his window to see what was making sounds outside, he spotted a man and concluded that he was after Yan Zi. Furious, he grabbed a sword and charged outside with it. Mao was terrified, so he turned to run away. Bian caught up to him just as he was trying to climb over the wall, and quickly seeing that there was no place to run to, Mao wrenched the sword away from Bian. When Bian's wife rose meanwhile and shouted for help, Mao, seeing he was cornered, mortally wounded the animal doctor with his own sword. Yan Zi, who'd recovered somewhat from her illness, got out of bed when she heard all the noise in the courtyard. Together with her mother, she took a light to guide them outside, where they discovered Bian's skull split open, the old man unable to speak, and in moments he was dead. At the wall, they discovered the missing slipper, and when Yan Zi's mother saw it, she knew it was her daughter's. She insisted on an explanation, so Yan Zi tearfully told her what had happened. However, she couldn't bring herself to implicate Wang, so all she mentioned was that Scullery had come alone to see her. The next day, Bian's wife filed a formal complaint with the county magistrate. The magistrate consequently had Ikiasun arrested. The young man proved to be a cautious, circumspect individual. Though he was 19 years old, if someone came to see him, he seemed as shy and embarrassed as a child. Being taken into custody frightened him half to death. In court, he didn't know what to say and merely stood there trembling. The magistrate took this to be additional evidence of Yi's guilt, so he called for Yi to be tortured and placed in shackles. The scholar found the pain unbearable, so he confessed to the murder even though he was innocent. After he'd been sent under guard to the prefectural court, the charges were leveled at him again, just as they'd been in the county court. Ikiasun wanted a chance to inform Yan Zi that he'd been unjustly accused, ever hopeful that she would believe him when she looked into his face. When they met, however, Yan Zi started berating him and Yi became so tongue-tied that he couldn't defend himself, thus he was finally sentenced to death. Though he was further interrogated by various additional officials, none of them offered a dissenting opinion. After he'd been languishing in prison, Ikiasun's case was sent for final disposition to Jinan. At the time, Wu Nande was the prefectural governor, and when he saw Scholar Yi, he doubted that the man could possibly be a murderer, so he secretly arranged for some men to get acquainted with him and then privately ask him about the crime, in order to give Yi a chance at last to speak in his own behalf. The result confirmed his suspicion that Scholar Yi had been wrongly accused. He deliberated for several days, then began his own investigation of the matter. He started by asking Yan Zi, when the two of you agreed on a date to meet, did anyone else know about it? No one, she told him. And when you first observed Scholar Yi, was there anyone else present with you? Underscore 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 un. Jinan, the capital of Shandong province. No one, she repeated. Then Wu called for Ikiasun to be brought out, comforting him with words of encouragement. The scholar testified, at the time I passed by her gate, I saw Wang Shi, a lady who was my neighbor for a long time, standing outside with a young woman, so I avoided them, and after that, I didn't speak with either of them. Governor Wu rebuked Yan Zi, demanding, you just said that there was no one with you, so why is he saying that the neighbor woman was with you? He was ready to have Yan Zi tortured. Panicking, she answered, though Wang Shi was there, she wasn't really involved. Wu then ceased his interrogation and ordered that Wang be arrested. Several days later she was apprehended, though she was forbidden to speak with Yan Zi, and when she was immediately brought out for questioning, Wu asked her, who killed Yan Zi's father? I don't know, Wang replied. Governor Wu tried to confuse her then by remarking, Yan Zi has already confessed that you know who killed Dr. Bian, so why are you trying to hide the truth? Wang cried out, I've been framed. That little slut couldn't stop thinking about this man, so even if I did mention that I could help her make a match with him, I was just playing a joke on her. She obviously seduced some man into coming into her courtyard, so how could I have known about it? Wu meticulously examined her till she finally divulged exactly what she'd told Yan Zi. He then called for Yan Zi to be brought before him, angrily declaring, you said she wasn't involved, so why is she now saying that you wanted her to arrange something between you and Scholar E? With tears flowing, Yan Zi cried, I've brought this all on my unworthy self, contributing to my father's miserable death, and now tying up the court for who knows how long, involving other people, I really can't bear it any longer. Governor Wu asked Wang Shi, after playing your trick on Yan Zi, who else did you tell about it? No one, Wang answered. A couple lying in bed hold back nothing from each other, Wu said angrily, so how can you say you told no one? My husband's been away from home for a long time, Wang shot back, and hasn't yet returned home. Though practical jokers like you think you can make fools of everyone, countered Wu, dazzling yourself with your own cleverness, you can't really expect me to believe that you told no one just because you say so. Who are you trying to kid? He ordered that vices be clamped onto her 10 fingers for torture. Wang didn't wait for this to happen before blurting out the truth, all right then, I told Suji. Accordingly, Yi was released and Su was arrested. When Su appeared in court, he claimed, I don't know anything about it. Governor Wu informed him, sleeping with a woman like this is certain evidence that you're not someone who can be trusted. He then signaled for Su to be tortured. In response, Su quickly admitted, that I helped trick Yan Zi is true. But after I lost her slipper, I didn't dare go back to see her, and I truly don't know anything about a killer. You climbed over their wall, the furious governor exclaimed, so there's little you wouldn't do. Then he had Su tortured. Su couldn't take the suffering and hence he confessed to the crime. Once he'd done so, people began referring to Wu Nandai's judgment as godlike. The case was considered as solid as a mountain, and the only thing still pending was for Su's execution to be carried out sometime in the autumn. Although Su often behaved improperly, without sufficient moral scruples, he was nevertheless recognized in Shandong as a talented scholar. When he heard that Commissioner of Education Shi Yushan was said to be a most skilled and virtuous man, who was also sympathetic with scholars whose talents had been previously unacknowledged, he sent him a letter, poignantly asserting that he'd been victimized by a miscarriage of justice. Underscore 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 un. Shi Yushan. Yushan was the courtesy name of Shi Ruanzhang, 1619–83, a well-known Shandong historian, poet, educator, and member of the Hanlin Academy, who was appointed Commissioner of Education in 1656, and granted Pu Songling his degree in 1658, Zeitlin 269 and 56. Commissioner Shi read through the description of Su's confession, then returned to the letter, lost in thought, before slapping the materials down on his desk, and crying, "This scholar has been wronged." Then he solicited permission from a government minister and a provincial judge to reopen the case and investigate the matter further. He asked Su, "Where did you lose the slipper?" "I have no idea," Su replied. "But when I knocked at Yan Zi's front gate, I still had it in my sleeve." The commissioner turned to Wang Shi and demanded, "Besides Su Ji, how many other men have you been sleeping with?" "None," she said. She retorted, "Who's going to believe that a promiscuous woman like you would settle for one lover? Since we were children, Suji and I have engaged in sex regularly, so I can't very well refuse him," she explained, "but even though I do sleep with him, I truly can't see myself doing it with anyone else." Since she'd already divulged the truth about Su, Wang continued, "My neighbor, Mao Dai, has repeatedly tried to seduce me, but I always refuse him." "What's brought about this sudden chastity?" asked the commissioner. He ordered her to be whipped. When a bleeding Wang subsequently kowtowed and firmly reiterated that there were no other lovers in her life, she had her punishment ceased. He proceeded to question her further, "While your husband was away, were there any men who came to see you, under any excuse at all?" "There were," she answered. "A certain Ji, and a certain Yi, came to borrow money and to offer me gifts a couple times, so I allowed them into my home." Jia and Yi happened to live in the same lane as Wang, a pair of lazy louts who'd been interested in her but hadn't succeeded in seducing her. Commissioner Shi recorded their names, then had them arrested. After all of the suspects had been rounded up, Shi accompanied them to the temple of the city god, where he directed them to prostrate themselves before the altar. Then he proceeded to tell them, "Some days ago, I had a dream in which one of the celestials told me that the killer would be found among you 4 or 5 people. Now, in the city god's presence, there can be no lying. If the guilty person surrenders, he'll be treated leniently, but if he persists in falsely maintaining his innocence, there'll be no mercy for him." In unison, the suspects claimed that they weren't responsible for the murder. Commissioner Shi had fetters, shackles, and pillories set up in front of them, preparing to order their torture. Accordingly, their hair was tied back with hemp, and their clothes were stripped from them, while they all cried out that they were being wronged. She then instructed them, "Since no one's ready to confess, we'll just have to ask the spirits to point out the guilty party." He directed servants to put heavy blankets over the windows, completely shutting out all light. The suspects' shoulders were laid bare, and they were pushed in the dark towards a basin of water, where they were commanded one by one to wash their hands in it. Then they were lined up against the wall, where the commissioner advised them, "Face the wall without moving, and the killer will be identified when the city god writes on his back." In moments, he called for them to re-emerge from the darkness so he could examine them, then pointed to Mauda and exclaimed, "This is the murderer." Commissioner Shi's plan had been to have servants smear the wall with ashes, and then put coal dust in the wash basin water. The killer would have been afraid of the god writing on his back, so he would have tried to cover it by backing up against the wall, where the ashes would rub off on him. While coming out into the light, he would have tried with his hands to wipe away anything that might have appeared, further marking his back with the coal dust. She had strongly suspected Mao's guilt, so his scheme simply confirmed it. He proceeded to have Mao subjected to horrific torture, and in the end the murderer admitted the truth. Commissioner Shi then delivered this series of judgments: Suji like Pencheng Kuo, whose actions led to his death, he has succeeded in earning the reputation of a playboy. He began his relationship with Wang Shi when they were both young and innocent, but he persisted in it over time. Then when he heard about Yan Zi, he was overcome by insatiable desire. Like Qiang Zongzi, he clambered over the Bian family's wall and swooped into their courtyard as a hungry bird might. Then like a Lu Chen, he came to her door and tricked her into opening it. Just for the touch of her soft flesh, how could he have been such a wicked rat? But in climbing the tree to pluck this flower, he caused one of its branches to be broken off, and a scholar without scruples doesn't deserve to be called a scholar. Fortunately, he relented when he heard the ailing beauty's feeble cry, for he still valued her as a rare treasure. Taking pity on the wan, thin Yan Zi, he overcame his unbridled lust. In releasing her, he was merely doing what one would expect of an educated man, but then how could he be so offensive as to betray her trust and steal her slipper? His conversation was overheard by Mao De, who also picked up the slipper he dropped. Then just as Suji had pretended to be Ikiasun, Mao De retrieved it and pretended to be Suji, who could possibly believe that he was falsely accused because of Su, who was falsely accused because of Mao. Underscore 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 un. Pencheng Kuo, in section 14.29 of his commentary, Mencius predicts Pencheng Kuo's pending death. When his prediction comes true, he informs his pupils that Pencheng, possessed of a relatively rare double surname, was a man of some talent, but had never heard of the gentleman's lofty way. That was just enough to bring about his death. 329, 331. Qiang Zongzi, in the Book of Songs, from the Confucian Canon, a lyric by this title opens: "I beg you, Zongzi, don't climb into our yard, don't break our willows." 130. In each of the lyric's 3 stanzas, the female narrator explains that despite her love for Qiang Zongzi, she's afraid of what her parents, her brothers, and others will say of his impetuous actions. Lu Chen, a character in one of Liu Yuking's 8th century stories. See the note in story number 400, Jiafengzi. Heaven calls down disaster on such people, though Suji has already suffered sufficient torture for his wrongdoing, for becoming involved in a variety of evils, he came very close to dying from his punishment. He climbed over a wall to pursue an illicit desire, and in doing so he tarnished the reputation of his fellow scholars, but he became the scapegoat for Mao Da's crime, and it would be an injustice for him to continue suffering for another's actions. It's appropriate to show a bit of lenience since he's already experienced the misery of being beaten and tortured, hence I'm reducing him to the position of a common citizen, so he can open up a new path for himself. Regarding Mao Da, this shiftless, unscrupulous rogue is a local troublemaker. When his neighbor Wang resisted his attempts at seducing her, he wouldn't let go of his lustful desires. He waited for Su to enter Wang's house in order to blackmail Wang into submitting to his hunger for her. After Wang opened her door to receive the scholar, Mao was subsequently overjoyed to discover the slipper he heard the scholar mention, thus he received more than he'd asked for and rashly thought he could simply use it to take what he desired. His mind was occupied by demons, clouding his judgment with unconscionable lusts. He foolishly hoped to ride a wooden raft to the Moon Palace, but while heading there, he mistakenly went in the wrong direction. The flames of love so completely consumed his thoughts that he didn't realize he'd entered the wrong home. Old Dr. Bian thrust his sword straight at him and the villain had nowhere to turn. He was desperate to escape, and even a rabbit will instinctively bite if cornered. He went over the wall to enter the family's home, expecting to use another man's name to commit his crime. He seized the sword and lost the shoe, leading others to be arrested falsely. Underscore 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 un. Wooden raft. Moon Palace, Chang'e, one of the quintessential lovers of Chinese folklore, is said to live on the moon in the aptly named Moon Palace, and hence the commissioner is condemning the folly of Mao Da pursuing his lust for Wang without either thought of consequences or chance of success. Mao Da is the demon and the evil in this love story of men and women. His head shall be severed from his neck and all honest people shall take heart. As for Yanzi, she has not yet been betrothed, though she's no longer a child. Like a goddess from the Moon Palace, she deserves to have a young man who's as precious as jade, like a Nishang dancer. Why should she ever worry about whether she'd lack a beautiful place to live? She hoped to find herself a mate, but it turned out to be an empty dream. Seeing herself as a ripened plum, she grieved so much that she hadn't yet married, it made her ill. Her modest dream of marriage invited many devils to converge. To win her, both Su and Mao tried to pretend to be. Su forcibly took her slipper, but lost it. Mao broke into her house, and almost raped her. Like the red dots embedded in dice, the deep yearning between lovers in the end can lead to disaster. Just as a tall tree can be felled by an axe, a woman can be the tool of destruction no less devastating than a flood. Due to her vigilance, she was able to protect her chastity, she was able to plead her case when she was kept in the prison, acknowledging her past wrongdoings. She's to be praised for repelling the invader once he'd entered her room, remaining free of taint for her beloved. Thus she should be joined with this gentleman she's thought so much about, a refined person engaged in the life of the mind. I look to the county magistrate to assist her by serving as matchmaker. Underscore 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 un. Nishang dancer, this Tang dynasty, 618 to 907, danza of rainbow costume, Nishang, was actually choreographed by the Emperor Xianzong, 685 to 762, and later referenced in the famous Changheng Ji, or Song of Eternal Sorrow, by the poet Bai Zhi, 772 to 846. After the case had been settled, the verdict was spread and recited far and wide. It wasn't until after Governor Wu's investigation, that Yanzi realized Scholar E had been wrongfully blamed for the theft of her slipper. When they met in court, she felt so abashed that she barely held back her tears, and it seemed like there were sentiments of deep regret she wished to speak to him, but couldn't find the words to express. Ikyasun was moved by her emotional attachment to him, adoring her ardent devotion, but then he thought about her humble background and how she'd had to appear in court each day while 1,000 people came to point and stare, fearing that others might ridicule him for marrying her, thoughts that kept him tangled up day and night without a clear sense of what he should actually do. When Commissioner Shi's verdict reached him, he finally relaxed and felt calm about the matter. The county magistrate arranged for Yanzi to marry him, then saw them off to the accompaniment of festive music. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "It's so true one can't be too careful when hearing a judicial case." A judge could conclude that he had been wronged by Su, but would he continue to investigate and discover that Su was also wronged by Mao? Yet even when the facts of a particular case are unclear, there's almost certainly some opening that can be pursued, so it's essential to recognize that if investigations aren't pursued with sufficient care, nothing can come of those openings. Alas! People all respect the wisdom that breaks open a case and brings the truth to light, but they don't recognize the skill involved, or the diligence required to do so. In this world, officials while away the days in their offices doing nothing, taking it easy and napping while the people face hardships, unwilling to do the slightest bit to help them. When the drums are beaten to signal the opening of public sessions and these officials sit majestically presiding over the courts, responding to the complaints of the people by putting them in shackles to silence them, it's no wonder that so many gross injustices remain hidden in the dark, unredressed. Master Shi Yushin was my teacher. At the time of these events here, I was just a boy. I saw him encourage his students conscientiously, as though he was afraid of not treating them well. Whenever they suffered the smallest wrong, he felt obliged to stop the wrongdoer and protect them, remaining uncompromising about his principles and never flattering authority figures. Truly, the sage Master Shi was absolutely dedicated to the writings of Confucius, not simply an important and respected scholar. And he particularly valued young men's talent, something concrete that couldn't be denied by fanciful tales people might make up. There was once a scholar who entered Master Shi's hall with an essay on the subject of disseminating the Buddha's precious teachings, but he'd unintentionally included the phrase "the waters below" in it. Once he'd finished writing and realized what he'd done, he recognized that there was no way to erase it. Thus he appended some additional sentences to the essay. The Buddha's precious teachings were carried up into the mountains, but were unintentionally dropped back down it, to the shore of the waters below. The water's crystal palace had once covered the mountain top, with coral growing at its summit and pearls proliferating at its peak. Now when something fell from the cliff top as though to certain destruction, it was actually rescued by someone paddling a boat. "Oh, I plead to heaven, please save my reputation, so I won't be too ashamed to face my friends." Master Shi read over the essay, and when he came to this section, he responded to it by commenting, "The Buddha's precious teachings were just about to be lavished on the mountain, when suddenly those bearing them looked down at the shore of the waters below. It's like the woodcutters on the mountain started talking to the fishermen." Although the topic here is bad, the essay is so well written, I could hardly rank it lower than one's other students have written. The man on the mountain was simply timid, while the man in the water was a hero. What need is there for anyone's reputation to be saved? In this, Master Shi demonstrated his typical demeanor, and his wish to protect a student of intellectual promise. Underscore 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 un. Although the topic here is bad, before cleverly covering for the student, Master Shi gently acknowledges that the scholar had to go rather significantly off topic in order to cover for his writing error. 402 Hen. Xi Shan lived in Jiaomi. A trader by profession, he frequently traveled between Menjian and Yishui. One day, his journey was interrupted by rain, so he decided to stop at an inn where he'd often spent the night, since it was already quite late, but he knocked at a number of doors without receiving any response, so he just kept walking around the perimeters of a number of buildings. All of a sudden, two adjoining doors pushed open and an old man walked out, inviting the traveler to come inside. Xi happily accepted. He tied up the animal he'd been riding, then entered the main room, which was devoid of any tables or beds. I felt sorry for you, since you're away from home, said the old man, which is why I've invited you in. But in truth, I don't sell the meals or rent the rooms here. I have just a small family, my wife and daughter, who are already asleep. I have some leftovers, but no cook to warm them up, so if you need something to eat, I hope you won't disparage them. When he finished speaking, he went off into one of the other rooms. In a few moments, he dragged a modest bed in and laid it on the floor, urging Xi to have a seat, then he carried in a small table. As he entered, he walked with small, halting steps, as though they cost him a great effort. Xi stood up from where he was sitting, unable just to watch while the old man labored, then took him by the arm and encouraged him to take a little rest. Underscore 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 un. Menjian and Yushui, counties in south-central Shandong province. Shortly thereafter, a young lady came out, carrying some wine for them. The old man consequently turned to Xi, "Permit me to introduce our daughter, Hien." As Xi looked at her, he figured she must be 16 or 17, noting that she appeared graceful, beautiful and obedient, her bearing distinguished and gracious. Since he had a younger brother who wasn't married, Xi felt that Hien might be just right for him. Accordingly, Xi asked the old man about his family and where they were from, so he replied, "We're from Shigzu, and our surname is Gu. Except for this daughter, all of my children died when they were young. I couldn't bear to disturb her while she was sleeping so deeply, so I guess my wife must have called for her to bring you something to eat." "What family is Hien's husband from?" asked Xi. "She's not married," answered her father. This news secretly made Xi very happy. Soon, she set out a variety of dishes as substantial as what one might have expected from an inn. When he was finished eating, Xi respectfully told his host, "I'm just a stranger, yet you've received me with such kindness, I'll remember you for it all my life. Because you're such a generous person, I'll dare to make a simple suggestion. I have a younger brother, named Songling, who's 17 years old. He's studying hard in school and he's certainly no dummy. I'd like to seek your permission for him to marry your daughter. You wouldn't have any reservations about his financial status, would you?" "Quite pleased," old Gu replied, "though I'm an old fellow, this place is just a temporary residence for us. If our families were to come to an agreement on a wedding, then we'd like to avail ourselves of your home, to move our family and come to live with you, so all of us could be together." Xi agreed wholeheartedly to the proposal, then stood up and expressed his gratitude to Gu. The old man eagerly bid Xi good night and left. By the time the cock crowed the next morning, old Gu had already come out from his room and offered Xi the opportunity to wash up. He quickly got up and dressed, then offered some money to pay for his food and drink. Gu firmly refused, explaining a guest who's invited to dinner certainly shouldn't be expected to pay for it. "Besides, we're going to be relatives by marriage, right?" After leaving, Xi traveled on business for more than a month before returning. He went back to the village, where he noticed an old woman walking with a young lady, both of whom were dressed in mourning clothes. Upon approaching, he thought that the young lady looked a lot like Hien. She also kept turning around to look at him, and since she was holding onto the old woman's sleeve, she whispered something into her ear, though Xi couldn't tell what she was saying. The old woman suddenly stopped in mid-step, turned to him and said, "Isn't your name Xi?" He acknowledged that it was. In great sorrow, the old woman told him, "Unfortunately, a damaged wall fell on my husband, so today we're going to remember him with a visit to his tomb. There's no one else at home, but if you'd please wait for us a little while at the side of the road, we'll soon return." Then after they walked off into the woods, they reappeared a short while later. It had already become dark along the road, so the three of them approached the village together. Along the way, the women expressed their feelings of bereavement and vulnerability, weeping in sorrow. Xi Shan shared their distress and grief. The people around here are really not at all sympathetic, Gu's wife told him, and a widow's difficulties are more than one can imagine. Since Chen is going to become your brother's wife, I'm afraid of waiting any longer for an auspicious date. It'd be much better to return home with you, the sooner the better. Xi agreed that this would be best. They stopped first at the Gu residence, where the old woman hung up a lantern and fixed Xi something to eat, then informed him, I'd guessed that you were on your way here, so I sold off the bulk of our stored grain in preparation to leave. There's still about 20 dan that I haven't disposed of yet, but we can sell it not far from here. In the village some 4 or 5 li north of here, at the first gate, there's a man named Tan Quan, who'll buy our grain. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like you to ride there with 1 bag of our grain, knock at his gate, and tell him that in the village to the south, Grandma Gu has several dan of grain that she'd like to sell him, if he'll agree to trouble himself by bringing his pack animals here. With this in mind, she gave Xi Shan a bag of the grain. When he proceeded to the village and knocked at the indicated gate, a man with a very large belly came out to meet him, so Xi explained why he was there, delivered the bag of grain to him, and then went back. Presently, a pair of men arrived with 5 mules. Gu's wife led Xi to the place where she stored her grain, which happened to be a cellar. Xi went down with her to help heft the grain so it could be weighed, with the old woman supervising while Chen held the scales, and in no time the grain was handed over to the men, who carried it away with them. In all, it took 4 trips for them to carry away the last of the grain. Afterwards, Gu's wife received the expected payment from Tan Quan. The old lady then made arrangements with him to hire 1 of his men and 2 of the mules, to help them move back east with Xi Shan. They'd covered about 20 li by the time the sun came up. The group came to a marketplace where they hired themselves some horses before sending the man with the 2 mules back. Upon arriving at home, Xi took Chen and her mother in to meet his parents. They were very happy to see them, so they quickly arranged to set up separate housing for them, then determined an auspicious day for Xi Sanlang to marry Chen. Old Lady Gu also made sure that Chen's dowry was all ready. Underscore 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 un. Dan, a measure equal to 1 hectoliter. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Chen was a taciturn young lady, and if someone happened to say something to her, her ordinary response was nothing more than a little smile. Day and night she worked tirelessly at her weaving. This impressed everyone who knew her. On one occasion, she urged her husband, Sanlang, please pass this along to your brother, if he happens to be traveling westward on business, ask him not to make mention of me or my mother to anyone. By the time they'd been living there for 3 or 4 years in the Xi family, the family had managed to increase its wealth, and Sanlang had been admitted into a government school. One day, while traveling on business, Xi Shan was staying overnight at an old acquaintance's establishment, when he happened to recall that it was because his host hadn't been at home a few years earlier that he'd ended up spending the night with Gu and his family. You must be mistaken, his host replied. That place you're mentioning belonged to my uncle. Then about 3 years ago, people started noticing weird things going on there, which is why it's been empty and abandoned for a long while now. So what's this about some old couple allowing you to stay there? Xi was quite surprised to hear this and wasn't sure whether to believe it or not. That place had previously been empty for the better part of 10 years, his host continued, and people wouldn't walk into it. One day, part of the wall behind it collapsed, so my uncle went to take a look, and sitting among the rubble there, he saw an enormous rat, the size of a cat, twitching its tail. He ran home, then called a group of people together to go back there with him, but by then, the creature had already disappeared. The group were worried that the thing might have been some kind of evil spirit. 10 days later, they went back to take a look and found the place completely quiet. Then a year went by, and people started living there again. Xi Shan found these revelations increasingly strange. When he returned home, he thought over what he'd been told, secretly fearing that perhaps the woman his brother had married wasn't really human, so he had some words in private with Songling, but his brother had such deep affection for Chen that he didn't show any concern about the information Shan had given him. After some time, family members began discussing their suspicions with each other. Chen sensed what was going on, so one night she told Songling, "I've been your wife for several years, and have never been anything less than virtuous. I can't take all the gossip now from your family, so please give me a certificate of divorce, then you can find yourself a better spouse." With these words, tears began streaming down her cheeks. "For a long time now, you've known how I feel about you," Songling comforted her. "Since you entered our home, our family's good fortune has increased, all of it accumulating and coinciding with your presence here, so why give credence to any gossip about you being human or not?" "I know you're not ambivalent about me," she replied, "but I don't know what to make of the others' comments, for with everyone talking about me, I'm afraid I won't be safe from being thrown out of the family." Songling continued consoling her until she stopped weeping. Xi Shan ultimately remained uncertain, so one day he searched for a cat that was particularly adept at catching rats, then took it home to observe Chen's response to it. She didn't seem at all frightened of it, yet she wrinkled her brow unhappily when noting its presence. One night, she commented to Songling that her mother was feeling slightly ill, then retired to the old lady's room to look after her. The next morning, when Songling went to ask how his mother-in-law was doing, he found her room empty. Startled, he sent servants out to look everywhere for any sign of Chen or her mother, yet they found no traces of either one of them. This upset Xi Songling so much that he found himself unable to sleep or to eat. The rest of his family, however, considered this a fortunate turn of events, so they tried to ease his sorrow with the assurance that they'd find him another wife, yet Songling took no solace from this. They waited a year, but still there was no news of Chen. Songling's family kept reminding him of his responsibility to remarry, but he wouldn't do anything about it, so they spent a large sum of money to buy him a concubine, yet they couldn't get Chen off his mind. Several years went by, during which time the Xi family gradually lapsed into poverty, and at that point they began to think again about Chen. A cousin of the Xi brothers, Xi Lan, who'd been traveling on his way to Jiaozhou, took a slight detour in order to stay overnight in the home of his friend, Liu Sheng. That night, he heard very mournful sobbing coming from a neighbor's house, but because of his schedule, he didn't have the leisure just then to ask anyone about it. Returning to visit Liu's home on his way back from Jiaozhou, Lan asked his host about what he'd heard. Several years ago, Liu explained, a widow woman and her daughter started renting that place. Then last month, the old lady died, leaving the daughter all alone there, apparently because she has no other relatives, which is really a great pity. "What's her name?" asked Xi Lan. "It's Gu," said Liu. "She's kept her doors closed ever since, and doesn't associate with anyone in the village, so no one knows anything about their family background." Lan was shocked and exclaimed, "She's my sister-in-law." Accordingly, he went to pay her a visit. A young woman, wiping away her tears, opened the door just a crack and asked, "What business does a visitor have here? There are no men in my family to receive you." Lan looked carefully at her, and even from a distance he would have known that it was Chen, so he replied, "Sister-in-law, please open up, I'm from your husband's family." When she heard this, she pulled open the door and allowed him to enter, then told him that she was all alone, isolated in her heartbreaking sorrow. Lan said, "My cousin, Songling, misses you so very much, and even if the two of you had some kind of disagreement, why'd you run so far away from him like this?" He offered to hire a carriage to take her home. underscore 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 un. Jiaozhou, city in Shandong province, located northwest of Qingdao. With sadness in her voice, Chen responded, I left because people seemed to despise me for some reason, so I went into hiding with my mother. Now if I return, aren't they going to look down on me even more? If I were to go back, I'd have to live with the whole family. I'd rather take poison and die. Upon returning home, Lan reported all this to Songling. That same night, Songling galloped away to see her. The couple were reunited amidst shared tears. The next day, Songling introduced himself to the owner of the house where Chen was living. The owner, Xie Jiansheng, upon seeing the young woman's beauty, had privately hoped to make her his concubine, so for several years he hadn't collected what she owed him, frequently mentioning his intentions to old lady Gu, who always managed to stall him. When Chen's mother died, he'd figured on being able to pursue his plan, but then Songling suddenly arrived. Thus Xie proceeded to pressure him by bringing out his accounting of what he was owed for the years of rent. Songling's family wasn't very well off, so when he heard how much money Xie was owed, he became very worried. It's not a problem, Chen told him. She directed him to look into her storehouse, where he found some 30 dan of grain, which was more than enough to repay the landlord. Songling was overjoyed, and proceeded to inform Xie. The landlord refused the grain, explaining that he would only accept money. With a sigh, Chen declared, what the beast means is that he wants me. Then she explained to Songling that Xie had been pursuing her for years. Outraged, Songling prepared to file a suit with the county magistrate. His friend, Lu, stopped him, assuring him that he could sell the grain for him to various parties in the village and then turn the money over to Xie, so he proceeded to see the couple off as they took the carriage and returned home. Songling explained everything to his parents, and so they had Xi Shan create separate living spaces in the family residence for Songling and Chen. Chen took out some of her own money in order to have some granaries built, even though the family didn't have a bit of grain to put in them, so they thought this pretty odd. But when they happened to look into the granaries about a year later, they found them absolutely full. In just a few years, the family became quite wealthy, but Xi Shan continued to suffer the hardship of being poor. Chen moved her aged in-laws into her living area, so she could care for them. In addition, she thoughtfully saw to it that money and grain were provided for Shan, whenever necessary. Songling happily remarked, "It's nice that you don't hold a grudge against him. He only did what he did out of love for you," she replied. "Besides, if I hadn't met him, how could I have gotten to know his brother, Songling?" After that, nothing very strange ever happened to them again. 403 Ruiyun. There was a famous courtesan in Hangzhou, named Ruiyun, whose renown for beauty and her range of skills was unequaled. When she was 14, her madam, a woman named Cai, prepared to send her out to entertain her first guests. Ruiyun told her, "Now that I'm ready to begin my career, I mustn't just rush in. You decide on my price, and I'll select my customer." "Very well," said Cai. Then as soon as the madam determined that Ruiyun's price would be 15 taels, Ruiyun began seeing guests each day. Those who specifically asked to see her had to bring a gift for her on the first visit. The ones who gave generous gifts were allowed to play chess with her, and then after they enjoyed some wine together, she'd make a painting for them. The ones who were stingy with their gifts were only allowed to stay for tea. Once Ruiyun's reputation had grown for a long enough time, rich merchants and noblemen began appearing at her gate every day. There was a scholar named He living in Yuhang, who'd long been well known for his outstanding talent, yet his family had barely enough money to get by. He, too, was fascinated with Ruiyun, but he didn't dare even dream of being intimate with her, so he used what little money he had to buy her a modest gift in hopes of gaining even a fleeting glimpse of her fragrant beauty. underscore 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 un. Hangzhou, capital of Zhejiang Province. Yuhang, originally a county name, later made a district of Hangzhou. He was privately afraid that since she'd examined so many men, she wouldn't think much of a poor fellow like him, but when they actually met and spoke face to face, she treated him no differently than she would have treated a wealthy patron. They sat and conversed for a good long while, expressing their emotions with significant glances, then she composed a poem especially for the scholar. What interest guides this supplicant? To knock at dawn for the azure bridge to be opened to him? If he's determined to seek the jade pestle, all he needs to do is start right where he's standing. He was absolutely wild with joy. Just as he was intending to reveal how he felt about her, however, a little servant girl suddenly came in and announced, "Another guest has arrived," so he was forced to make a hasty farewell. After he returned home, he began reciting the poem Ruiyun had made for him, so infatuated with her that he could think of nothing else. A day or two went by till he couldn't bear it any longer, so he prepared her a small gift and went to see her again. Ruiyun was clearly very happy to see him. She moved to sit close to he and softly asked him, "Can you arrange for us to spend the night together?" "I'm just a poor scholar," said he, "and it's only because my passion for you is so strong that I could manage even a small gift, in order to be close to you. That single piece of silk has already exhausted my shallow resources. I did it to draw close to your beautiful face, hoping that would satisfy me. I haven't even dared to dream of being intimate with you." Ruiyun was saddened and distressed to hear this, so they just sat together without saying another word. He stayed like that for a long time without leaving, while Cai kept calling for Ruiyun to hurry up and send him away, till he finally went home. Scholar, he felt so depressed that he thought about selling everything in the house in order to secure a night of ecstasy with her, but then after that, how would he ever endure the realization that he couldn't afford to see her again? With this in mind, all thoughts of a passionate encounter with Ruiyun were crushed, and hence he pursued no further communication with her. Ruiyun became very picky about her guests for several months, refusing to allow any of them to spend the night with her, which made Madame Cai angry enough to bear a grudge against her and decide to take action that would limit her options. One day, Azaiho Kai tossed Ruiyun a gift, sat and spoke with her for a little while, but when he got up to leave, he pressed his finger to her forehead, crying, "What a pity! What a pity!" Then he left. As Ruiyun returned from seeing him out, people noticed a finger mark on her forehead that was as black as ink, and as she tried washing it off, it only grew bigger. Day passed, but the black stain continued expanding. After a year, it had spread to both of her cheeks. People who witnessed it always laughed at her, and patrons stopped coming to see her. Cai took away her makeup and jewelry, then started using her as just another maidservant. Ruiyun was rather frail, not having been prepared for such work, so she grew thinner and more haggard each day. When word of this reached he, and he went to see her, he found her with her hair disheveled, working in the kitchen, looking as hideous as a ghost. She raised her head to look at him, then turned her face to the wall, to hide it from him. He took pity on her, telling the madam that he wanted to buy Ruiyun, to make her his wife. Cai agreed to his offer. He sold what land and possessions he owned, then paid the money from it for Ruiyun, and took her home. As they entered his gate, she wiped away her tears with her robe, explaining that she couldn't possibly live with him there as his wife, that she wished only to serve him as his concubine while waiting for him to marry another woman. "In life," replied he, "the most important thing is to find someone who truly understands you. When you were at the peak of your desirability, you still valued me for who I am, so how could I possibly forget about you, now that your beauty has decayed?" Underscore 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 un. Zaiho Ki, a successful candidate in the county level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. He married no one else after that. Everyone ridiculed him upon hearing about what he'd done, but his feelings for Ruiyun only grew stronger. They'd been living together for a year when it happened that he had traveled to Suzhou, where he met a scholar named Huo who was staying at the same inn and who asked him on the spur of the moment, there was a famous courtesan in Hangzhou named Ruiyun, whatever became of her. He told him that she'd gotten married. Who'd she marry? Asked Huo. The man happened to be a lot like me, replied he. If he's like you, observed Huo, we can say that she got a good man. Do you happen to know how much he had to pay for her? He was able to buy her cheaply, explained he, because she had a strange affliction. Otherwise, how could a man like me possibly afford to buy such a beauty? Huo then asked, couldn't that man have actually been you? This question seemed strange to he for some reason, so he pressed Huo to explain himself. With a laugh, he responded, I'm not going to lie to you. When I made my own pilgrimage to witness her extraordinary virtues, I esteemed her as the most extraordinary beauty of her generation, and I felt it wrong for her to go through life without a proper mate, so I used a little magic to obscure her splendor, to make her an unpolished piece of jade, while she waited for a man who appreciated her many talents to take pity on her for her true self. Underscore 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 un. Suzhou, city in Jiangsu province. A scholar named Huo, actually, the scholar's name is He, which transliterates the same as the name of Ruiyun's husband. To avoid confusion, I've transliterated the character with another one of the pronunciations associated with it, even though it's not technically a surname. He quickly asked him, if you could do that, could you also undo it? Naturally, I could, replied Huo with a smile, but only if the man who valued her for herself came and asked me earnestly to do so. Standing up and bowing respectfully to Huo, he informed him, I'm Ruiyun's husband, I'm that man. Overjoyed, Huo told him, in all the world, only a genuinely talented person can recognize someone's true value, rather than simply distinguishing superficially on the basis of beauty or ugliness. If I may follow you home, I'll be able to restore your beauty to you. Thus they returned together. Upon arriving, he prepared to have some wine brought out for them. Huo stopped him, explaining, first, I should perform my magic, and once that's accomplished, then there'll be something to celebrate. He called for a wash basin filled with water, made some passes over it with his hands while chanting, then handed it to He with the comment, have her wash her face in this, and she'll recover. But she must come out and thank her doctor in person. Laughing joyously, he rushed off with the basin in both hands, then stood and waited while Ruiyun washed herself, with the result that she appeared bright and clean, just as extraordinarily beautiful as she had formerly been. The virtuous couple then went out to offer Huo their heartfelt thanks, but their guest had already disappeared, and though they looked everywhere for him, he couldn't be found, so mustn't he have been an immortal? 404 Chu Daniang. Chu Zhong was from Shangzi, though I forget his prefecture and town. It happened that during a time of great social unrest, he was captured and taken hostage by bandits. His two sons, Chu Fu and Chu Lu, were both quite young then. His second wife, whose name was Xiao, tried to raise the two orphans, and their father's old business dealings had been successful enough to seem to ensure that they would stay warm and have enough to eat. Unfortunately, their crops kept getting hit by natural disasters year after year, and unscrupulous local landowners took advantage of the situation to ride roughshod over the Chu sons and Xiao, till finally there was no guarantee that they'd be able to buy enough food to survive. Chu Zhong's uncle saw the opportunity to gain an advantage for himself, so he suggested that Xiao should marry someone else, repeatedly urging her to say yes, but Xiao absolutely refused to be unfaithful to her husband. The uncle then secretly began preparing paperwork to betroth Xiao to a particular man of wealth, with the intention of forcing her into the marriage. he began speaking to the man on her behalf with that goal in mind, without letting Xiao or her sons know anything about it. There was a crafty fellow in their village named Wei Ming, who'd long held a grudge against the Chu family and was always watching for an opportunity to make them suffer. Since Xiao was effectively a widow, he started circulating a rumor that Xiao had done something to disgrace her family, and that's why no one would marry her. When the rich man heard this, he declared that he'd have nothing to do with an unprincipled woman, and abruptly stopped the uncle's marriage plans. Some time later, the uncle's plot to marry her off itself became the subject of rumors, and when Xiao eventually found out about it, the injustice preoccupied her thoughts, causing her to weep from morning till night so that her limbs gradually went numb and she became bedridden. Chu Fu had just turned 16, and since there was no one to take care of household chores like mending their clothes, he quickly decided he'd better marry someone. For a wife, he chose the daughter of Liaozhai Zhang Qizan, who was said to be quite virtuous and capable, and who proceeded to take charge and manage all of the Chu household affairs. From this point forward, through her actions the family came to acquire some wealth, enough that Chu Lu could be sent to a tutor and taught to read. Wei Ming was quite jealous of this success, but he pretended openly to be quite happy for the Chu family, and frequently invited Chu Fu over for drinks, with Fu erroneously believing that Wei was truly his friend. Wei seized one such opportunity to say, "Your mother is disabled by illness and can't help you manage your farm produce, your younger brother eats without having to work for it, and contributes no labor to help you. How virtuous is it to make a husband and wife work like beasts pulling a cart? Besides, if your brother wants to take a wife, you're the one who's going to have to pay the big money for a marriage. I think it'd be better for you to split up the family, so only your brother has to deal with being poor, while you continue to prosper." When Fu returned home, he reported all of this to his wife. She responded with contempt to Wei's supposed concern. Every day, however, Wei would sow the seeds of doubt in conversation with Fu, misleading him, till it was all he could think about, so he expressed his concerns to his mother. Xiao angrily scolded him for harboring such thoughts. Underscore 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 un. Zhao Ki, a scholar who's passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Fu reacted scornfully and began squandering the family's money and resources like they belonged to someone else. Wei exploited the opportunity that this presented by luring Fu into gambling, till soon the Chu family's storehouse of grain was emptied, and though Zhang realized what was going on, she didn't dare criticize him. Once it was discovered that the grain stores had been depleted, Xia reacted to the appalling news by beginning to think that perhaps the family should be split up after all. She was angrily indignant, but couldn't see what to do about it and finally agreed to the split. Fortunately, Jiang's virtuous daughter made sure to cook something for her mother-in-law each morning and evening, treating her with the same respect in all matters as she had previously. Following the division of the family, Chu Fu became even more dissolute, indulging on an even larger scale in brothels and gambling. Over a span of several months, he had to borrow against the family's land and house to pay his entertainment debts, though without his mother or wife knowing about it. When Fu's credit was exhausted after that, leaving him with nothing left to borrow on, he wrote a voucher so he could borrow money with his wife as collateral, without any consideration for her feelings. There was a man from their county named Zhao Yanluo, a notorious criminal who'd managed to escape from prison, who always acted with impunity and clearly wasn't worried that Chu Fu might default on the loan, so he loaned Fu all the money he requested. Fu held on to the money for several days, but still ended up empty-handed. He hesitated uncertainly, thinking there might be some way to avoid complying with the voucher's terms. Zhao looked at him angrily, demanding his payment. Fu was so scared that he tricked his wife, then turned her over to the criminal. Wei Ming was overjoyed to hear this and rushed off to inform the woman's father, Zhang Qizan, figuring in this way to destroy the Chu family once and for all. Zhang furiously filed a lawsuit against Chu Fu. Terrified of the consequences, Fu fled. Once Jiang's daughter arrived at Zhao's home and it dawned on her that she'd been sold, she began wailing like she wanted to die. Zhao initially tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen to him. Subsequently, he tried intimidating her into accepting her situation, but that only increased her complaints. Infuriated, he proceeded to beat her, but in the end she still refused to surrender to him. When she suddenly pulled out her hairpin and stabbed herself in the neck with it, he rushed to stop her, but it had already penetrated her esophagus and blood was flowing out. Zhao quickly applied a bundle of silk to the wound, trying to remain calm, still hoping to change her mind. The next day, a warrant was issued for Zhao's arrest, but he refused to show any emotion in court. When officials examined the serious wound on the neck of Jiang's daughter, they ordered Zhao to be whipped, but the court bailiffs just looked at each other and didn't dare raise a hand to punish him. The officials had long heard of Zhao's cruelties, and the evidence before them confirmed the accuracy of such reports, so they became outraged and ordered their own private servants to come out and beat Zhao to death. Zhang Qizan himself then came and carried his daughter home. It wasn't until Zhang filed a lawsuit to have the case examined that Xiao learned of her son Fu's malfeasance, after which she gave a cry of frustration and fainted while her condition began deteriorating. Chu Lu, who was 15 at the time, became very worried and didn't know what to do. Underscore 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 un. Zhao Yanluo, a scary guy indeed, since his first name, Yanluo, translates as Hell King. Years earlier, Chu Zhong and his first wife had had a daughter named Daniang, a girl of a fiery, unbridled temperament who married a man living in a distant prefecture and who always fussed at her parents when she returned home for a visit if the gifts they gave her in celebration weren't to her liking. Often she'd leave in a huff, which made Chu Zhong feel irritated and spiteful towards her. Then, because she lived so far away, years would pass without the family exchanging any messages with her. When Xiao became critically ill, Wei Ming decided to contact Daniang about coming for a visit, hoping she would renew her old contentions with the family. It happened that there was a certain local trader who happened to be heading to Daniang's village, so Wei asked him to deliver the message to Daniang, to draw her into returning by suggesting that the loss of the family's properties was at stake. Several days later, Daniang consequently arrived with her youngest son. When they entered the Chu family's gates, they observed the dismal sight of Chu Lu waiting on his ailing mother and felt sorrowfully sympathetic. When they asked about Chu Fu, Lu filled them in on what he'd done. Upon hearing this, Daniang seemed choked with anger as she cried, "The family lacks an adult authority figure, so some cunning deceiver is working to ruin it this way. But no thief's going to snatch my family's land and possessions and then run off." Accordingly, she went straight into the kitchen, lit a cooking fire and prepared some congee, then fed it to her stepmother, afterwards calling for Lu and her son to come and eat together. After doing so, she angrily left the house to deliver a written complaint to the local officials, filing a suit against all of the gamblers who'd taken money from Chu Fu. The individual gamblers were scared of the consequences of such a suit, so they put together their money and offered it as a bribe to Daniang. She accepted their money, then proceeded with the lawsuit in spite of it. The county magistrate ordered the arrest of the leader of the gamblers, as well as that of the second most powerful man in the group, and had each of them beaten, but they revealed nothing concerning the Chu family land and property Fu had lost, so he had to let them go. Since the incensed Daniang wouldn't let it rest there, she took her son and went to see the prefectural governor. It turned out that the man absolutely loathed gamblers. Daniang explained the wretched condition of the fatherless Chu sons to the governor, who felt quite vehemently that the county magistrate had been wickedly misled. Thus he ordered the county magistrate to track down the deed to the Chu family land and to give it back to them. He also ordered the punishment of Chu Fu as a warning for his unworthy behavior. After the mother and son left, the county magistrate acted under the orders from the prefectural governor, ordered the gamblers beaten, and as a result, the land was soon returned to the Chu family. While all this was happening, Danyang had already been a widow for quite some time, so she decided to send her son home, urging him to learn how to make a living from his older brother, because she wouldn't be coming back with him. Thus Danyang stayed in her stepmother's home, to care for her and to oversee Lu's education, to guarantee that both were accomplished. Xiao took great comfort from this, and while she began gradually recovering from her illness, Danyang took care of all the household business. In their village, Danyang became known for her forceful personality, and if, on a rare occasion, someone happened to insult or threaten anyone in her family, she always grabbed up a knife and called at that person's home to discuss the matter candidly, thus no one dared to mess with her family. In the year that she'd been living there, the Chu family's wealth increased daily. She purchased the best medicines for Xiao, prepared delicious delicacies for the family, and also gave special gifts to Fu's wife. Then when she noticed that Chu Lu had gradually grown up, she contacted a number of matchmakers to be on the lookout for marriage opportunities for Lu. Wei Ming started telling people, the Chu family's possessions are all Danyang's now, and I worry that since that's the case, the brothers are never going to be able to get them back. Everyone took his words seriously, and thus no families were willing to discuss marriage of their daughters to Chu Lu. There was a gentleman named Fan Ziwen, whose family was well known for the top-notch beauty of their gardens. Among the garden's fabulous flowers there was a pathway that led directly to the Fan family quarters. On one occasion, a man who was unfamiliar with the way mistakenly entered the family quarters, where the family was holding a private banquet, so Fan angrily nabbed the man as a robber and beat him almost to death. When Lu returned home from the school where he was studying in order to take part in the Qingming festival, Wei Ming took him out for a stroll that led them to Fan's gardens. Wei had known the gardener there for a long time, so he told them just to go on in, and take the circuit of paths around the pavilions. Presently they came to a babbling brook and a painted bridge with bright red railings, then they passed through a lacquered gate. When they looked off in the distance, they spotted a door with multicolored flowers surrounding it like a brocade tapestry that ultimately led to Fan Ziwen's study. Wei then tricked Lu by saying, "Please, you go on ahead, I just need to pee first." Lu believed him, so he crossed over the bridge and walked in through the doorway till he came to a courtyard, where he heard the sound of a young woman's laughter. Then as he stopped walking, a maidservant came out, spied him there watching, and quickly turned back around to return inside. Underscore 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 un. Qingming Festival. Following the beginning of spring, families visit the graves of ancestors during this festival to clear away dust and weeds, and to make offerings. Lu began to realize he was somewhere he shouldn't be, so he anxiously hurried to retrace his steps. Moments later, Fan appeared, yelling for his servants to chase Lu down and tie him up. Absolutely mortified, Lu raced out and flung himself into the brook. Fan's anger turned to laughter as he directed his servants to drag Lu out of the shallow water. When he noticed that the clothing Lu was wearing was of a refined style, he offered to let him change into some dry clothing, then took him into one of the pavilions, where he asked him about his name and family background. They were soon exchanging amiable conversation, practically like they were kinfolk. Just then, Fan rushed back inside. When he came out again, he smiled and took Lu by the hand, then they crossed back over the bridge, eventually coming to the place where Lu had been standing earlier. Lu didn't understand what was going on, so he hung back, uncertain about going any further. Fan firmly dragged him with him into the courtyard, where Lu glimpsed a beauty hiding in a flowering hedge, spying on them. After they sat down, a group of maidservants brought them some wine. Lu politely declined, explaining, "I didn't realize that I was trespassing into your private quarters, but if you'll pardon me for my unintended offense, that's all I dare hope for. My only desire is to be allowed to leave so I can return home early, and so you can enjoy your privacy once again." Fan, however, wouldn't hear of it. In moments, the room was a frenzy of activity as dishes of meats and delicacies were served. After they'd eaten, Lu stood up to go, saying that he was full and couldn't possibly handle any more wine. Fu pressed him back down into his seat, smiling as he declared, "I've composed a musical piece that I've started to give a title to, and if you can complete the title for me, I'll let you go." Lu accepted the challenge, and humbly asked for his host's indulgence. Fan told him, "The first part of the title is Nothing Like It Anywhere." Lu thought silently for a long time, then replied, "It's mere silver to your gold, so only it can do." Laughing loudly, Fan cried, "He really is Shi Chong." Lu had no idea what he was talking about. It turned out that Fan had a daughter named Huanayang, who was lovely and educated, and who'd been hoping to find a good husband. The previous night, she'd had a dream in which a wise man appeared to her and said, "Shi Chong is going to be your husband." "Where will I find him?" she asked. "Tomorrow, he'll fall into the water," he replied. When she woke up in the morning, she told her parents about it and they both thought it rather strange. Lu happened to fit the dream's description, which is why Fan had invited him into their home after sending his wife and daughter to situate themselves so they could observe him. Upon hearing Lu's response to the song title, he was overjoyed and explained, "The first part of the song title was actually my daughter's suggestion, and though she kept thinking about it, she just couldn't come up with the rest, but now that you've succeeded, I want this predestined union to take place. I'd like Huanayang to be your wife. There's no shortage of space for you in my home and you don't need to trouble yourself about having to pay any of the wedding costs." Lu felt uneasy about it all, declining humbly on the excuse that with his mother being ill, he couldn't possibly think about marrying and moving in with the Fan family. Fan agreed that Lu should return home to think things over, then sent his stab lemon to pack up Chu Lu's wet clothing and to see him off on one of their horses. Underscore 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 un. Nothing like it anywhere. So only it can do. This elaborate word game begins with the term for a small, four-stringed people-like instrument, hun busy, which literally refers to its uniqueness. Lu replies wittily with a phrase that can both refer to the instrument, and to the fact that he has no alternative, may nahi, but to play Fan's game if he wants to go home. After Lu returned home and told his mother what had happened, she was startled, sensing something ominous about it all. Then she began to realize that the wicked Wei Ming was behind it, and while she realized how initially inauspicious events had previously proven auspicious in the end, she also recognized that Wei intended no good towards the Chu family, so she warned Lu to stay far away from him. Several days later, Fan sent someone to express his regards to Xiao, and although they sought her approval for the marriage, she didn't dare agree to it. Daniang, however, did give her consent and asked a pair of matchmakers to present gifts to Huanayang's family to celebrate the betrothal. Before long, Lu married her and moved into the Fan family home. A year later, Lu scored very highly in the Imperial Civil Service examination. Nonetheless, Huanayang's younger brother, who was now grown up, had very little respect for Chu Lu. This made Lu angry, so he took his wife and moved home with his mother. Xiao by this time was able to walk around again with the aid of a cane. Repeatedly over the past couple of years, the family had relied upon Daniang to manage their affairs and as a result their household was in great shape. After Lu returned with his new bride, all of their servants joined them, adding significantly to the family's public prestige. Wei Ming observed all this and became even more maliciously jealous of the Chu family, resenting their success, so he convinced some deserters from the Manchu military to bring false accusations against Chu Lu regarding money they'd supposedly entrusted him to keep for them. National legislation at the time was very harsh concerning such crimes, so Lu was sentenced to exile that would take him north beyond the Great Wall. Master Fan spent a great deal of money while seeking help from all levels of government, with the result that Huanayang was able to avoid being forced into exile with Lu. then all of the assets of Chu Lu were confiscated by officials. Fortunately, Danyang had kept written documentation that the brothers had divided the family's assets between them, so she quickly took it to the authorities, revealing that all of the recent farmland acquisitions had been registered in the name of Chu Fu. So Xiao and Danyang were able to live there peacefully, without further incident. Lu believed that he would never be allowed to return, so he wrote a letter of divorce for Huaniyang and turned it over to her parents, allowing her to return to their household, then went off into exile all by himself. After he'd been traveling for several days, he was north of the capital when he came to an eatery. There was a beggar outside the door, staring at him, who looked just like his brother, Chu Fu. When he came closer to ask the man his name, he realized it really was Fu. Lu proceeded to tell him what had been happening to their family as the brothers commiserated with each other. Lu reached into his robe and gave Fu a few taels, urging him to go home. Weeping as he took the money in hand, Fu then went on his way. When Lu arrived at Guanwei, he ended up working as an aide-de-camp for a general. Since he was gentle and frail-looking, he was put in charge of the camp accounts, and sent to live with the general's other servants. When the servants asked him about his family background, he told them the whole story. Utterly shocked, one of them abruptly cried out, "You're my son!" It happened that after Chu Zhong had originally been carried off by bandits and forced to tend their horses, the bandits eventually were forced to surrender, so they sold Zhong to the military forces, and in time his master came to be stationed at Guanwei. Facing Lu while relating this, Chu Zhong recognized that this truly was his son and sobbed as he hugged his head, grieving over their mutual hardships. Afterwards he exclaimed in frustration, "What cowards, they run away from their commanders, and then they dare to frame my son." He tearfully proceeded to inform the general. Underscore 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 un. Guanwei, literally outside the fortress in question being located in Shanhai Guan, or Shanhai Pass, a portion of the Great Wall near Qinhuangdao, Hebei Province. The general delivered orders for Lu to be reclassified as a government secretary, then wrote a letter to the prince and handed it to Zhong to deliver to the capital. Zhong dutifully drove there and delivered the general's appeal for the Chu family's injustices to be redressed. The prince was pleasant and obliging, agreeing that the wrong needed to be corrected, so he ordered the local officials near the Chu home to see that everything confiscated from the Chus was returned to them. When Zhong returned to camp with the news, he and Lu were both jubilant. Lu then asked his father for details regarding the family he'd started in the years after he was taken from their home, now that he was free to return. He learned that since Zhong had entered the army, he'd been married twice, though without producing any children, and that at the time, he was living alone as a widower. Lu then gathered together his things in preparation to take up his new position. Once he'd bid farewell to Lu, Chu Fu returned home, where he prostrated himself on the ground in remorse. Danyang helped Xiao take a seat in the main hall, where she grasped her cane as she queried her son, "If you're ready to face the punishment that's coming to you, then you can stay, otherwise, since you've already wasted what was yours, leaving you nothing to pay for even the simplest food, you should just leave." Fu wept as he prostrated himself, begging to be beaten. Danyang tossed away a stick she was holding, as she scolded him, "Being beaten is insufficient punishment for selling your wife. Unless you can demonstrate that you've abandoned your old ways, you'll just repeat the offense and be forced to appeal to the government authorities all over again." She sent someone to go inform Jiang Qizan that Fu had returned. Jiang's daughter sneered, "Why would I care anything about the Chu family, and you can tell them I said so." Though Danyang saw to it that Fu was given what he needed to survive, she made him do manual labor as though he was just another menial servant. Fu simply did the work without complaining, and if he was entrusted with any money, he was always very careful with it. Danyang kept watch on his responsible behavior, then informed her stepmother, begging her to find a way to bring Jiang's daughter home again. Xiao didn't think it possible to persuade her to return. I disagree, said Danyang. If she was willing to remarry, then why would she have tried to commit suicide by stabbing herself with the hairpin? She wants to return, but can't let herself, so this is just anger speaking. She insisted that Fu go with her to the Zhang family and accept full responsibility for his actions in person. Zhang Qizan and his wife proceeded to give Fu quite a tongue lashing. Danyang had warned him earlier to remain kneeling submissively, and then after his in-laws were finished castigating him, he asked his wife to come out and see him. He pleaded several times with her, but she adamantly refused to come out. Danyang finally went to look for her, grabbed her, and brought her out. The woman then pointed at Fu, spitting and cursing, while Fu sweated it out, ashamed, and said nothing in his own defense. Finally, his mother-in-law pulled him up off the ground. When Danyang politely asked her when she would be ready to return home, she replied, "All along, sister, you've shown me kindness on so many occasions, so now when you ask this of me, how can I possibly refuse you? But I'm afraid you can't protect me if he tries to sell me again. Since he's already severed himself from me, proving what a black-hearted scoundrel he is, why would I want to live with him? Please arrange for me to have a room to myself, so I can go offer my service to mother-in-law, because I'd rather live like a nun." Danyang offered further apologies on behalf of her brother, then arranged to come get her the following day. The next morning, when she brought Jiang's daughter home in a carriage, Xiao was already there at the family's gate, kowtowing. The sobbing young woman prostrated herself before her mother-in-law. Danyang persuaded them both to stand up, set out some wine to cheer them up, and then instructed Fu to sit down at a side table, holding up her wine cup as she said, "I suffered misfortunes in the past, but never because I was focused solely on my own desires. Now that my brother has repented his actions and his chaste wife has come back, please allow me to hand the family account books back to you. I brought nothing with me when I arrived, and I'll take nothing with me when I leave." Fu and his wife both stood up from their tables, startled, before kowtowing to her in supplication until Danyang no longer insisted on turning everything over to them. It wasn't long before the obvious miscarriage of justice involving Chu Lu was overturned, and not many days after that, his land and confiscated property were all returned to him. Wei Ming was amazed by this turn of events, but couldn't see what he could do about it, infuriated that he had no more schemes ready to carry out against the Chu family. When it happened that a neighbor to the west of them had a fire break out, Wei Ming, who pretended that he was rushing to help put out the flames, instead secretly took the opportunity to light Lu's house on fire, and since the wind was blowing violently, the fire spread until the home was almost entirely consumed. Only the room belonging to Fu and 2 or 3 others escaped the blaze, so the family was forced to move everyone into them. Lu arrived home not long after that, so their reunion with him combined feelings both of joy and of loss. After receiving Lu's letter of divorce earlier, Fan Qizan showed it to Huaniyang. Her response was to weep bitterly, tearing the letter to pieces and flinging them to the ground. Her father realized that this indicated her loyalty to Lu, so he didn't force her to find another husband. When Lu returned home, he discovered that Huaniyang hadn't remarried, and he jubilantly hurried to her parents' house. Fan Qizan knew about the recent calamity and tried to persuade Lu to stay with the Fan family, but Lu felt he couldn't, so he took his leave and went home. Danyang fortunately had some money stashed away, which she took out for the family to use for rebuilding the house. While Fu was working on the project with his spade, digging the cellar, he spotted some buried money, and that night, with Lu joining him, among the rubble they discovered an enclosed cavity completely filled with gold. Thanks to this, they could afford to hire workers for a major reconstruction, so pavilions and other buildings began to spring up, as majestic as what one might associate with a noble family. Chu Lu believed strongly in the general's sense of justice, so he put together 1,000 taels to secure his father's release. Fu asked to be allowed to deliver the money to the general, and with some hardy servants dispatched to accompany him, he left to carry out the task. Lu, meanwhile, did his best to welcome Huaniyang home. Before long, Chu Zhong and Chu Fu returned together and there was jubilation at the family's gates. As long as she'd been living in her stepmother's home, Danyang had forbidden her sons from coming to see her, afraid that people might think that she had ulterior motives for being there. Chu Zhong then proceeded to divide the family property 3 ways, between his sons and his daughter. Danyang refused to accept her share. Fu and Lu both tearfully implored her, "We wouldn't have anything today, if not for you." This put Danyang's mind at ease and she accepted. They sent servants to pick up her sons, so they could all move in and live together. Some people asked Danyang, "They weren't even your own mother or brothers, so why were you so concerned about Xiao, Fu, and Lu?" To know that one has a mother, while never knowing that one has a father, Danyang answered them, "Is the way of the beasts, but why should a human being live that way?" When Fu and Lu heard her reply, their tears began to flow and they sent workers to take care of beautifying her residence, just as they had already done with their own. Wei Ming realized that he'd been plotting and conniving against the Chu family for over 10 years, yet with every disaster they suffered, their fortunes merely increased and this recognition left him feeling mortified and regretful. In consideration of the family's affluence and status, he thought about trying to improve his relations with them, so he went to pay a visit to Chu Zhong, taking some gifts with him as he left. Chu Fu wanted to turn Wei Ming away from their door. His father, however, couldn't bear to reject Wei's attempt at reconciliation, so Zhong accepted his gifts of a chicken and some wine. Though the chicken's feet had been tied together with a thin strip of silk, it got loose and ran headlong into the cooking stove. It then dashed back out of the stove, all ablaze, setting fires throughout the entire building while the servants simply watched it without taking any action. In no time, however, some of the firewood in the kitchen that had been ignited by the flaming chicken flared quickly there, to the family's anxiety and amazement. Fortunately, there were plenty of people pointing at new outbreaks, and others rushing around to put them out in the rest of the house, but everything that had been in the kitchen was burned up. The brothers both commented that Wei Ming's gifts had proved pretty unlucky. Afterwards, on the occasion of Chu Zhong's birthday, Wei Ming brought another gift, arriving with a sheep in tow. He wasn't allowed to bring it inside, so it was tied to a tree in the family's courtyard. That night, there was a young servant in the household who had been beaten by some of his fellow servants, and in anger he hurried to the tree, untied the sheep's rope, and used it to hang himself. The brothers sighed, and exclaimed, "Wei Ming's gifts are no better than his attempts to ruin us." From that point forward, even if Wei was extremely solicitous, they never again dared to accept his gifts, no matter what he offered by way of trying to make up for the past. Years later, as an old man, Wei Ming was so poor that he was forced to become a beggar, but every week, the Chu family gave him some clothing and grain, repaying his former misdeeds with kindness. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Wow! Everything must conform to its basic nature." The more that Wei Ming attempted to cause the Chu family harm, the more the family's fortunes increased. But what could the cheater do? For isn't it even stranger that when the Chus accepted his respect and gifts, calamities resulted? This evidently is why the waters of Robber's Spring are always slippery and dirty. Underscore 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 un. Robber's Spring, a spring located in northeast Sichuan County, Shandong Province. 405 Cao's tomb. Just outside Sichuan, where the river waters are particularly turbulent, there's a dark, forbidding cliff. Right about midsummer, a man happened to enter the river to bathe when suddenly, as though he'd just been slashed with a knife, his corpse came floating up, and afterwards, another man also became a victim in this manner. People quickly spread news of this disturbing mystery. When the county magistrate heard about the incident, he dispatched a large group of men who dammed up the river's waters at the site, diverting the flow away so the area could drain. They were able then to see a shadowy cave at the base of the cliff, and just inside it there was a revolving wheel, edged with dangerously sharp knife blades. Upon removing the wheel, they were able to enter the cave where they discovered a small stone stele, with Han Dynasty era characters engraved on it, and as they examined it carefully, it claimed to be marking the tomb of Cao Mend. The coffin they found there had fallen apart, scattering the bones that had been inside it, and any gold or jewels that had been buried there had already been taken. Underscore 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 un. Cao's tomb, the exact location of the tomb of the Three Kingdoms period strategist, prime minister, and would-be imperial usurper, Cao 155 to 220 CE, has long been a mystery, though archaeologists claimed in December 2009 to have discovered the tomb site in Zhaijiaoxiu, a village in Henan Province's Anyang County. Suchan, another name for Suchang, a city in central Henan Province. Han Dynasty, spanning from approximately 206 BCE to 220 CE. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the legend says in verse, 72 false tombs were dug, surely his corpse must be buried in one of them. But who knows whether he was buried in any of these 72? His scheme might have protected him for some period of additional years, but it couldn't protect his bones from decaying, so what did playing this trick actually gain him? Alas, while it may seem wise to try to conceal the truth, in this case it simply made Cao look like a fool. Underscore 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 un. Cao Mend was Cao's courtesy name. 72 false tombs, this fragment from a verse legend, concerning multiple graves dug to conceal Cao's real one, dates back to the Song dynasty, 960-1279 CE. 406 Grand Secretary Long Fei. Scholar Dai, from Anqing, was rather insensitive and slovenly in behavior. One day, as he was drunkenly returning home, along the way he met his cousin, Scholar Ji. Since things looked rather fuzzy to him when he was intoxicated and he'd somehow forgotten that his cousin was dead, he asked him, "Where are you keeping yourself these days?" "I'm already a corpse, have you forgotten that?" he replied. This startled Dai, but he didn't feel scared and he was still drunk enough to inquire, "So what do you do in the underworld?" "I work for His Excellency, the Hell King," replied Ji. Concerning the fortunes and misfortunes of the mortal world, wondered Dai, "Can you tell for certain what's going to happen?" "That's my job, so of course I know," Ji explained. "But with so much information to keep track of, it's hard to keep everything in mind. Then 3 days ago, I happened to be looking through a particular ledger when I came across your name." Dai quickly asked what his name was doing there, and Ji replied, "I won't lie to you, if your name is there, you're going to be brought down into the underworld." Underscore 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 un. Anqing, a prefecture in Anhui province during Pu Songling's life, Anqing is now a city. Terrified, Dai suddenly sobered up and frantically begged Ji to help him out of his predicament. "It's not within my authority to do something like that," Ji told him, "so the only thing that can save you is to perform good works. The ledger is full of your misdeeds, so unless you achieve some kind of great charitable deed, you won't be able to escape underworld prosecution." "But what can a poor Zhaihokai possibly afford to do? Even if you were to perform one good deed each day for a year, it wouldn't be enough to help you balance out your past deeds. It's too late for that now. However, if you heed this warning and act accordingly, perhaps in time you'll be released from hell." Dai's tears fell as he heard Ji's words, after which he prostrated himself and pitifully implored Ji to help him. When he raised his head to look up, Ji had already disappeared. Frantic with worry, Dai returned home. After this revelation, he purified his heart and changed his ways, not daring to slip back into his old behavior. Before all this, Dai had been carrying on an affair with his neighbor's wife, and though the neighbor heard rumors about the affair, he didn't immediately seek redress, hoping instead to catch them in the act. But now that Dai had decided to change his ways, he cut off all illicit visits to the woman. The neighbor waited for him, but Dai never came, which simply piqued the neighbor's anger. One day, when the two happened to meet out in the fields, the neighbor tricked him while they were chatting into taking a look into a dried-up well, and when Dai did, the neighbor pushed him into it. Since the well was several jong deep, the neighbor was sure that Dai must be dead. Dai, however, revived at midnight, sat and began shouting for help, but he got no response. The neighbor, afraid that Dai might survive and regain consciousness, went back to the well that night to listen. When he heard Dai's cries, he quickly started throwing stones down the well. Dai squeezed close to the side of the well, afraid to make the slightest sound. The neighbor knew that he wasn't dead, so he began digging up dirt and proceeded to fill it in until the well was nearly full. Underscore 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 un. Zaiho a successful candidate in the county level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Zhang, a length equal to 3.33 meters. The darkness at the bottom of the well was pitch black and truly no less eerie than the underworld itself. There was nothing to eat there, so Dai figured he wouldn't last long. He crawled around the well gradually, but every time he moved 3 paces from its center he was surrounded by water, so with nowhere to go, he returned to sit in his original spot. At first, his stomach felt quite hungry, but after a while he simply forgot all about it. Since he couldn't very well do any good deeds down in the well there, he simply started reciting a number of Buddhist sutras. After doing so, he began to notice a phosphorescent light flickering at the bottom of the well. He expressed sympathy for the brightness, saying, "I've heard that such luminescences are really the ghosts of those who died unjustly, even though I probably only have a limited time left to live and my doom is most likely certain. If we can just talk together, it'll keep me from feeling so lonely." Then as he watched, the flickering phosphorescence gradually began floating up and out of the water. In each of these lights there was a human-like presence about half the height of an ordinary person. Dai asked them how they'd come to be there, and they replied, "Long ago, this was a coal pit. When the owner started having coal dug out, the work disturbed an ancient tomb, so Grand Secretary Long Fei put an end to it by filling it with water, drowning the 34 men working in the pit. We've been here ever since as ghosts." "Who was this Grand Secretary Long Fei?" asked Dai. Underscore 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 un. Grand Secretary Long Fei. The Grand Secretaries were officials of great power in the central government, charged with tutoring the heir apparent and assisting the emperor with his paperwork. Their primary function came to be recommending imperial action on memorials and preparing edicts after an imperial decision was reached. Hooker 466-7. Long Fei, literally flying dragon, also means to ascend the throne. "I don't know," replied the ghost. "Though he must have been a learned scholar, and now he's a private advisor to the city god, but he also pities us for having been innocent victims, so every few days he brings us some watery congee. It's just that our bones will never be free from the frigid water down here. If you ever find yourself walking the mortal world again, we beg you to dredge up our bones and bury them in proper graves, which would be considered a great kindness in the underworld. If there's a way for me to do that, then what you ask would be no problem," Dai told him. "But I'm stuck in the dark here, at the bottom of a deep well, and it seems unlikely I'll ever see the sky again." Then he started teaching the ghosts the Buddhist sutras he knew, twisting clods of dirt like prayer beads, till they were able to remember several of them. He couldn't tell the time of day, whether it was day or night. Whenever he felt tired, he simply went to sleep, and whenever he awakened, he sat up and began chanting the sutras. Suddenly in the midst of the darkness he saw a lamp approaching in the distance, as the crowd of ghosts happily cried, "Grand Secretary Long Fei has come with food for us." They invited Dai to go with them to greet him. Dai, however, was stopped by his thoughts of the water all around them until the group grabbed his hands and yanked him up, floating with him above the water as though he weighed nothing at all. They took a winding route for about half a li, till they arrived at a place where they let him loose so he could walk on his own. He began ascending stairs that became increasingly steep, rising several ren. At the top of the steps, he could see houses and verandas, and a hall with a tall, brightly burning candle in it that was as big as a man's arm. Dai hadn't seen a bright light in such a long time that he happily rushed towards it. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Ren, a distance equal to 2.33 to 2.67 meters. There was an old man sitting near the candle, dressed in the clothing of a Confucian scholar. Dai stopped a short distance away, not daring to stand right in front of him. The old man looked closely at him, then asked in surprise, "What's a living person doing here?" Dai came forward, prostrated himself on the ground, then explained who he was. "I'm your great-grandfather," declared the old man. He stood up and directed Dai to a seat. "I, too, am surnamed Dai, and my first name is Long Fei," he explained. "In the past, my grandson, Dai Tang, joined with other men to dig for coal near my tomb, completely disrupting my peace, which is why I flooded the pit. How are his descendants now?" It happened that there had been 5 brothers in the Dai family at the time, of whom Dai Tang was the eldest. The trouble started when a powerful family in their town bribed Tang to begin digging for coal beside his ancestors' tombs. He and his brothers were too intimidated by the family's power, so they didn't dare refuse. Before long, the raging waters came and the coal miners were all drowned in the pit. The dead men's families all joined together to file a major lawsuit, with the result that Dai Tang and the powerful family that had bribed him were both reduced to poverty. Dai Tang's sons and grandsons consequently had no land to call their own. Scholar Dai, then, was one of Dai Tang's descendants. When he heard that his ancestors were involved in digging the pit that became the well, he brought the old man up to date on his family. "It could hardly be otherwise. How could the family be prosperous after all that?" lamented the old man. "But now that you're here like this, I hope you won't abandon your studies." He proceeded to entertain Dai with some wine and food, then set out some essays on the table, all from successful civil service examinations, written in the required format, which the old man compelled him to read. Then he directed Dai to practice writing on specific topics, as though he was the teacher and Dai his pupil. The candle in the hall kept burning throughout the night, its wick unclipped and unextinguished. Whenever he grew sufficiently tired, Dai fell asleep, unable to distinguish night from day. Sometimes the old man stepped out, leaving a boy servant to assist Dai. The scholar remained there for what felt like several years, a fortunate thing, since he experienced no pain there. However, there were no other books in that place, just the 100 essays he'd been given, so he must have read each of them 4,000 times. One day, the old man told him, "You've atoned for your misdeeds, so you're free to return to the mortal world. My tomb is close to the old coal pit and the cold winds blowing through it chill my remains, so it would be a great service to me if you could move my bones to the graveyard east of here." Dai respectfully promised to do so. The old man then called together the crowd of ghosts and had them accompany Dai to his original spot in the well. After doing so, they all surrounded Dai, bowing submissively, and begged him to dig up their bones, too. At this point, however, Dai didn't even know how he was going to get out of the well. Back in the beginning, when Dai's family realized that he was missing, they searched and made inquiries everywhere while his mother informed the local official, and quite a few suspects were taken into custody, but no new information was uncovered. 3 or 4 years later, the local official's government appointment came to an end, as did the investigation into Dai's disappearance. Dai's wife was uneasy about living by herself, so she left and remarried. When some of the men in town began digging the well out again, they entered the hole in the ground and found Dai there, alive. Astonished, they took him to his family. A day after they'd carried him home, he was finally able to begin talking about the details of what had happened to him. After pushing Dai into the well, his neighbor then proceeded to beat his wife to death, so his father-in-law started a court action against him, and for more than a year he was subjected to repeated interrogations until there was nothing left of him but skin and bones, and he was allowed to return home. When the neighbor heard that Dai had returned to life, he fled, terrified of retribution. Dai's relatives felt that a full investigation should be pursued, but Dai wouldn't allow it. He told them that he was punished in the underworld for misfortunes which he'd brought upon himself and that they had nothing to do with his neighbor. When the neighbor found out that Dai wasn't after him, he delayed briefly, but then went home. After the water at the bottom of the well dried up, Dai hired some men to enter the pit and dig up the bones buried there, reassembled them into individual skeletons, purchased coffins and some burial ground, and then had them all interred together in a single tomb. Next, he looked up some ancestral records and learned that his great-grandfather's birth name was Dai Qian and that Long Fei was his courtesy name, so he took some objects to offer as sacrifice at the old man's tomb. Upon hearing about the strange things Dai had experienced, the educational commissioner discovered that he admired Dai's skill at writing, and Dai submitted such first-rate essays when he took the Imperial Civil Service examination that he received the highest ranking in the county. When he returned from his triumph, he looked for an auspicious spot in the burial ground east of the well site, then moved Dai Long Fei's body and buried it there. He returned to visit the tomb each spring and fall, never failing to make the trip. The collector of these strange tales remarks, in the countryside near here, where coal was being dug, the pit filled with water and some 10 men were drowned in it. People had to wait 2 months for the water to dry up enough that they could recover the corpses, but then they discovered that the men weren't dead. It seems that when the water came gushing in, they all swam together to some higher ground and hence they didn't drown. When people let down a rope so they could climb out, they passed out upon emerging into the open air, though in a day and a night they gradually revived. People began to realize that when the men were buried underground, they were like snakes and birds that aren't dead and eventually wake up from hibernation. However, there's never been anyone who could last that way for years. If he hadn't been such a good man, there's no way Scholar Dai could have survived living in hell for 3 years. 407 Shanhu. Scholar Dachin was from Chongqing. His father, who had successfully passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the provincial level, died prematurely. His younger brother, an urchin, was still very young at the time. Dachin married a girl from the Chen family named Shanhu, who was refined and virtuous. Yet Dachin's mother, Shen, was unreasonably overbearing and heartless towards her, though Shanhu never responded with resentment to her cruelties. Early every morning, she put on makeup and dressed herself nicely to go and pay her respects to her mother-in-law. When Dachin happened to fall ill, Shen said it was Shanhu's fault for tiring him out by dressing provocatively to seduce her son. Shanhu left the room, removed all her makeup and then came back. This really infuriated her mother-in-law, who started slapping her own forehead. Dachin was a filial son, so he felt obliged to whip Shanhu for provoking his mother, and once he'd done so, Shen finally stopped slapping herself. Henceforth, her animosity became even greater towards Shanhu. No matter how sincerely Dachin's wife interacted with her mother-in-law, Shen refused to say a word to her. Dachin realized his mother was angry, so he moved into another room to show her that he wasn't siding against her with Shanhu. Underscore 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 un. Chongqing, now a large municipality in Sichuan province. Even after this had been going on for a long time, however, Shen was still disgruntled, knocking things over and cursing, always blaming everything on Shanhu. I got married to have someone care for my mother, remarked Dachan. Now, with the situation like this, what's the point of even having a wife? Thus he called for Shanhu and sent an old female servant to accompany her back to her parents' home. While walking out through the village gates, Shanhu sobbed, when a daughter is no longer a wife, how can she face returning home to see her parents? She'd be better off dead. She drew out a pair of scissors from her sleeve and promptly stabbed herself in the throat. As the old woman rushed to her aid, cascading blood was already soaking Shanhu's robe. The old servant helped her to the home of Scholar An's aunt, one of his father's sisters. The aunt, named Wang, lived alone without a spouse, so the old woman servant left Shanhu with her. When the old woman got back, Dachan directed her to keep quiet about the matter, anxious and afraid of what might happen if his mother found out. Several days passed, and upon finding out through inquiries that Shanhu's wound had gradually healed, Dachan went to Wang's home, intending to have her no longer shelter Shanhu. Wang invited An to come in. Instead, he stayed outside and haughtily told her to send Shanhu away. Moments later, Wang led Shanhu out to see him, demanding, "What crime has Shanhu committed?" Dachan responded that she wasn't able to take care of his mother. Shanhu stood submissively and didn't say a word, but merely bowed her head and wept, while her tears, red as blood, stained her robe as they fell. Dachan felt anguished, but didn't know what to say, so he left. Shen heard about this several days later and in a huff she went to see Wang, directing abusive comments and condemnation at her. Wang defied her and refused to back down, having often opposed wickedness in the past, so she replied, "If Shanhu's already been forced out of your home, then who cares if she's settled into mine? I've invited this daughter of the Chen family to stay with me, and if she's no longer wanted as a wife for the An family, then what are you doing messing around in someone else's business?" Shen was infuriated that there was nothing else to say, and seeing she'd received no satisfaction for her outspoken demands, she felt shamed and miserable, burst out crying loudly and returned home. Shanhu felt uneasy about involving Wang this way, so she decided to find somewhere else to live. It happened that Dachan had an elderly aunt, his mother's older sister, surnamed Yu. She was over 60, and since her son was dead, she had a grandson and her widowed daughter-in-law living with her. This aunt had always been glad to see Shanhu. Thus she said goodbye to Wang and went to live with Dachan's aunt. When Aunt Yu asked about Shanhu's reasons for coming to her and learned about the shamefully cruel treatment the young woman had received from her sister, she offered to accompany Shanhu back to the An household. Shanhu fervently stated that she couldn't go back, and also begged Yu not to reveal her location to the An family. Hence she stayed with the old woman. Shanhu had two brothers who sympathized with her when they heard of her plight, wanting to take her home with them so they could marry her to someone else. But Shanhu persisted in rejecting this option, instead joining her elderly aunt in spinning and weaving to pass the time. Since Dachan had gotten rid of Shanhu, his mother began busying herself with making plans for him to remarry, but word had spread far and near about her vicious behavior, so no one was interested in becoming Dachan's wife. 3 or 4 years later, an urchin, now an adult, proceeded to arrange for his own marriage. He married a woman named Zhang Wu, who proved arrogant and imperious, much more offensive even than her mother-in-law. If Shen even happened to look angrily at her daughter-in-law, Zhang Wu would furiously insult her. The faint-hearted urchin didn't dare side with either woman. As a result, his mother's dominance was suddenly diminished, and since she wasn't willing to challenge Zhang Wu's ferocity, she was forced to put on a smile and to try to make her feel welcome, though she still was unable to make Zhang Wu happy. Zhang Wu began treating Shen like she was one of the maidservants. Dachan didn't dare challenge her, so he simply helped his mother with the household chores, washing plates, wetting down and sweeping the floor, and all other such work. The mother and son commiserated with each other, weeping silently together. When Shen's depression soon turned to illness, she was quickly confined to bed, with Dachan attending to her needs as she tossed fitfully. Day and night he went without sleep till his eyes were swollen and red. If he called for Urchinj to give him a hand, just as his brother was about to enter the room, Zhang Gu would always yell for him to leave them alone. Dachin consequently hurried off to his Aunt Yu's home to describe the situation, hoping that she might come to visit them. As he entered her gates, he began tearfully telling her what had transpired. Just as he finished relating the details, Shanhu pulled aside a curtain and entered the room. Feeling utterly ashamed in her presence, Dachin kept silent and wanted to leave. Shanhu crossed her hands over the doorway to block his exit. Dachin awkwardly slipped under her arms and rushed out, not saying anything to his mother about it when he returned home. Before long, his Aunt Yu arrived, her appearance greatly cheering up Shen, who asked her to stay. Following this, someone was dispatched from Yu's household every day without fail to bring a variety of delicious foods for her to eat. The aunt sent word back to her widowed daughter-in-law, "I'm not going hungry here, so you don't need to send me any more food." Yet the food continued to come without interruption. Yu didn't take even a little taste, giving everything to her ailing sister. Shen began gradually to recover from her infirmity. Yu's grandson then came to visit his recuperating great-aunt, bringing some pastry cakes to console her. Shen sighed and declared, "What a kind daughter-in-law you have! What a comfort she must be to you! What do you think now about the daughter-in-law you drove away?" her sister asked. "Oh dear!" Shen exclaimed. "She's certainly better than the one who's come since then. But she's not nearly as virtuous as your daughter-in-law." Yu commented, "When she was here with you, you didn't have to work. When you grew angry with her, she never responded with resentment. Do you really think she's any less devoted than my own daughter-in-law?" Shen began to weep as she asked her sister in a tone full of regret, "Hasn't Shanhu remarried someone?" "I'm not sure," said the aunt, "but I could visit her and find out." A few days later, when Shen was feeling much better, her sister wanted to take her leave. In tears, Shen said, "I'm afraid that if you leave, I'll die." Yu then talked things over with Dachin, proposing that he and his brother split into two separate households. Urchinj proceeded to tell Zhang Gu about the plan. She wasn't happy about the idea, calling her brother-in-law a meddler and saying much worse about his Aunt Yu. It wasn't until Dachin expressed his intention of turning all of the family's fertile land over to Urchinj that Zhang Gu was satisfied with the plan. Once everything was divided up, Aunt Yu finally left to go home. The next day, she sent a cart to bring Shen to her home for a visit. When Shen arrived there, she begged to meet her sister's daughter-in-law, repeatedly commenting on her virtuous actions. "What young woman with 100 positive qualities to recommend her doesn't also possess some flaw?" asked Yu. "But I find that I can tolerate it. You have a daughter-in-law just as admirable as mine, but I'm afraid that you just can't appreciate her." "That's not true at all," objected Shen. "You might as well just say I'm ignorant. I have my senses, so how can I not know the difference between good and bad, and know what offends me?" Yu replied, "You drove Shanhu from your house, so I wonder what she'll have to say to you now." "She'll curse at me, I imagine," Shen said. "If you really hadn't done anything mean to her to deserve such a response," suggested her sister, "then what reason could she possibly have for cursing at you?" "Anyone can make mistakes now and then," said Shen, "but since I can't be perfect, I'm sure she's going to curse at me." Yu replied, "When someone isn't resentful who should feel resentful, it's proof of her virtue. When someone who should remarry doesn't remarry, you can tell just how much she loves you." It turns out that it was indeed a daughter-in-law who was paying her respects by sending you gifts of fine food, but she wasn't my daughter-in-law, she was yours. Shen was dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" "Shanhu's been sending things like this for a long time," Yu explained. "It happens that the food you ate was purchased with money that she earned by working at her weaving each night." When Shen heard this, her tears started falling as she cried, "How can I stand to face my daughter-in-law?" Yu then called for her Shanhu. Holding back her own tears, Shanhu came out and prostrated herself on the floor. Shen was filled with shame and self-recrimination, but Yu strongly advised the women to start over again, so Shen and Shanhu became closer than they'd ever been before. 10 days later, the two returned home together, where they worked the few mu of poor farmland that the family owned, though they couldn't produce enough food there to feed themselves, so they had to depend on Dachan to earn some money by copying documents for others while Shanhu did sewing for hire. Urchinj had more than enough for himself, but Dachan wouldn't beg him for assistance, and Urchinj kept his living quarters quite apart from Dachan's. Underscore 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 un. Mu, a measure of area, 1 acre is equal to 6.07 mu. Zhang Gu looked down upon her sister-in-law since she'd been sent away, while she in turn resented Zhang Gu's ill-humored demeanor and stopped talking to her. And when Zhang Gu went into one of her tyrannical rants now and then, the family did their best to hide from her. She treated everyone with equal maliciousness, whether it was her husband or her maidservants. One of those maidservants finally was driven to commit suicide by hanging herself. The maidservant's father filed a suit against Zhang Gu, and though Urchinj testified on her behalf, he received a beating as punishment and Zhang Gu was still taken into custody. Dachan sought to have the charges against her lessened, but in the end his efforts had no effect. Zhang Gu had a torture device attached to her 10 fingers that tore off her flesh. The greedy, corrupt officials in charge of the case demanded lavish bribes before relieving her suffering. Urchinj mortgaged his land in order to borrow money, and when he'd brought in the agreed-upon sum, Zhang Gu was finally released to return home. But Urchinj's creditors began repeatedly demanding repayment that he was unable to provide, so he was forced to sell his good farmland at a fraction of its value to an old man in the village named Ren. Realizing that half of this land should have belonged to Dachan, Ren wanted the scholar to sign the document of transfer in a public office. When Dachan arrived to do so, he abruptly spoke up, "I'm Xiao Lianan. Who's this Ren who dares to buy my property?" Then the old man turned a familiar face to him and said, "The underworld has been moved by the filial piety of you and your wife, so I've been sent back briefly to offer you a bit of help." Underscore 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 un. Xiao Lian, a successful candidate in the Imperial Civil Service examination at the provincial level, Hucker 237. Dachan sobbed tearfully, "Father, if you have the power, I beg you, please help Urchinj. My unfilial son and his shrewish wife are not worth worrying about," exclaimed the ghost of Dachan's father. "Return home and quickly put together the money to buy back what our family worked hard to earn." "But mother and I can barely make enough to keep us alive," said Dachan, "so how could we possibly come up with that kind of money?" "There's some money hidden under the crepe myrtle tree," replied his father, "so you can dig it up and use it." There was more Dachan wanted to ask him, but the old man who was Ren had suddenly gone mute. In moments he seemed to awaken, as though he'd previously been unconscious. And Dachan went home and told his mother what had happened, but she found it unbelievable. Zhang Gu by that point had already led some servants to go start working at the site, digging a hole 4 or 5 chi deep, and when they stopped to look, they found nothing but bricks and stones, no money at all, so they gave up and left. When Dachan heard that they were digging for the hidden money, he warned his mother and Shanhu not to go look yet. But after she'd verified that the others hadn't found anything there, Shen secretly crept out to sneak a peek, but found only bricks and stones over the ground, so she went back inside. When Shanhu came out to see for herself, she saw the ground covered with what appeared to be silver. Calling for Dachan, they took a closer look, and sure enough, it was silver. Dachan assumed that the money had been left there by some ancestor and hence he didn't feel right about keeping the matter secret, so he called for Urchinj to divide the silver up equally with him. Accordingly, they split in two what they picked up, each putting his portion in a bag, then went back inside. underscore 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 un. Crepe myrtle, a shrub, Lagerstromia indica, valued for its flowers. Chi, a length equal to 1/3 meter. When Urchinj and Zhang went to examine their portion together, they opened their bag and were amazed to discover it full of nothing but rubble. Suspecting that Urchinj had been duped by his older brother, Zhang sent him to go spy on Dachan, who had laid out his silver on a table and was celebrating together with his mother. Once Urchinj told his brother what had happened to his share of the silver, Dachan gave it all to him. This made Urchinj very happy, so he went and paid back the money he'd borrowed, extremely grateful to his brother. Zhang told him, "This is even greater proof that your brother tried to swindle you. If he wasn't ashamed of his actions, then why did he first split the sum with you, then later offer you the whole amount?" Indeed, Urchinj wasn't sure whether to suspect or to trust his brother. The next day, his creditors dispatched their servants to demand repayment for the counterfeit silver he'd given them and were just about to drag him before an official. Urchinj and Zhang both turned pale. "What did you think would happen?" cried Zhang. "I warned you that your brother's supposed kindness would turn out like this, and now he's right on the verge of ruining you." Urchinj was so frightened that he went and complained to the creditors that he'd been tricked, but the creditors angrily refused to release him from his debts. Urchinj had to give the deed for his land back to the creditors so they could oversee its sale, then they gave him back the phony silver and he left for home. Upon looking closely at the silver, he saw from 2 broken ingots that they were really bronze that had been thinly silver-plated. Zhang proposed a plan to Urchinj, namely, that they hold back the 2 broken ingots, but give all the others back to Dachan. Thus Urchinj told his brother, "You've repeatedly offered to help me out of kindness, but I really can't bear to keep this all myself. I'll just hold on to 2 of the ingots, in honor of your generosity. In terms of what we have to live on, we'll be in the same position as you. We don't need a lot of land, so since we've already lost the property, I'll leave it to you to buy it back or not." Dachan had no idea what his brother was up to, so he refused to take the silver ingots back. But when Urchinj remained vehement in his intentions to return them, Dachan acquiesced. He subsequently weighed the silver and found it to be 5 taels less than what he'd need to redeem the land, so he asked Shanhu to add some of the jewelry from her dowry to make up the missing amount and then he carried it all to the creditors. They were suspicious that this was more phony silver, so they took scissors and scraped them against the side of an ingot to test it, but found that it was nothing but pure silver and thus they took it in exchange for the land deed. After Urchinj returned the silver to his brother, he was certain that Dachan would get into trouble with it, hence he thought it very strange to hear subsequently that his brother had already used it successfully to redeem the land. Zhang suspected that when Dachan had originally dug up the silver, he'd hidden the real silver somewhere, so she angrily went to see her brother-in-law and started cursing viciously at him. Dachan finally realized why Urchinj had given the silver back to him. Shanhu calmed her fuming sister-in-law with a smile as she said, "Now that the farmland's back, what's there to be angry about?" Dachan then handed the deed over to Zhang. Urchinj had a dream one night that his father came to chastise him, saying, "You're unfilial to your parents and an ingrate to your brother, hence the underworld has already determined the date of your death and the fact that you're not to own even a tiny piece of land, so what's the point of trying to occupy others' resources?" When he awoke, he told Zhang that he wanted to give the deed for the land back to Dachan. Zhang sneered at him for acting like a fool. At the time, she and Urchinj had 2 sons, one 7 years old and the other 3 years old. Soon, the older boy fell victim to smallpox and died. Zhang finally began to fear the seriousness of her husband's dream, so she sent Urchinj to give the land deed back to his brother. He tried to do so over and over again, but Dachan refused to accept it. Before long, Urchinj's younger son also died, which frightened Zhang so much that she took the deed and gave it directly to Shanhu. Since by then spring was almost past and the farmland was too overgrown with weeds to be cultivated, Dachan had no alternative but to take charge of it himself. Zhang Gu changed her ways after this, deciding to behave like a filial daughter-in-law to Shen. She was also respectful towards Shanhu. Not 6 months later, Shen fell ill and died. Zhang Gu wept in such genuine grief that she couldn't bring herself to eat or drink a thing. She told people, "Now that my mother-in-law has died, I can't take care of her any longer, so how can I ever do enough to redeem myself before heaven?" She proceeded to have 10 miscarriages, until finally she was allowed to adopt one of her brother-in-law's children as her own. Dachan and Shanhu both lived long lives. Of their 3 sons, 2 of them attained the status of Jinchi, and people said it was all because of their being filial and devoted to their parents. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Someone who hasn't encountered the misery of dealing with a domineering family member might not understand what a gift it is to have a gentle, loyal one instead, but the An family could certainly appreciate the difference." A shrewish wife was transformed, but her mother-in-law died, and though the daughter-in-law demonstrated her filial devotion to her, she was no longer able to exhibit sufficient virtue to prevent her own subsequent suffering. Zhang Gu brought this bad fate on herself, and while she claimed that heaven didn't allow her a chance to redeem herself, if she wasn't able to recognize the truth, how can she make such a claim? By all rights she should have died all of a sudden, so since she actually lived a long life, it was a sign that heaven had already pardoned her wrongs. Life is filled with suffering, as her husband certainly found out. Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. 408 The Wutong Spirits. South of here, they have the Wutong spirits, which are similar to our northern fox spirits. However, in the north, an evil fox spirit can be driven away by 100 different methods, whereas in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, parents and sons dare not interfere with a Wutong as their beautiful daughters and wives are seized and raped, suffering heinous injury. There happened to be a man named Zhao Hong, from Wu County, who was a pawnbroker by trade. His wife, Yan, was quite striking in appearance. One night, a mighty figure of a man burst into her room, wielding his sword deftly all around him, as her maidservants ran away in terror. Underscore 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 un. South of here, that is, south of Pu's home province, Shandong. Wutong spirit. Xiaofei Kong notes that a 10th century Buddhist text associates fox spirits with the concept of Wutong, the 5 supernatural powers that were practiced by both Buddhists and non-Buddhists. The power of the fox, termed as demonic power, Yaotong, ranked 5th, well below the other 4, the powers of the Wei, Daotong, the spirit, Shentong, dependence, Yaitong, and retribution, Baotong, 39. In subsequent centuries, the demonic aspect of the Wutong, as displayed here in Pu's story, merged with folklore that treated Wutong as a god of sudden and undeserved wealth, who granted money to husbands in exchange for their wives' favors. Gussard 8. See Richard von Glan's chapter, Wutong, From Demon to Deity, 180-221. Wu County, in Jiangsu Province, site of the modern city of Suzhou. When Yan wanted to leave, the man grabbed her harshly and declared, "Don't be afraid, I'm 4th master, a Wutong spirit. I'm just going to love you, nothing bad's going to happen." Then he picked her up like she was a mere baby, dropped her down on a bed, pulled off her clothes and proceeded to rape her. However, she found it impossible to bear his enormous organ and moaned helplessly, in pitiful pain. 4th master took pity and didn't penetrate her entirely. Afterward, he got up from the bed and told her, "I'll be back for more in 5 days." Then he simply left. Zhao Hong was away from home, minding his shop, so that very night, one of their maidservants rushed off to tell him what had happened. When Zhao learned that a Wutong spirit was involved, he didn't dare return home with further questions. At daybreak, he examined Yan and found her so fatigued that she couldn't get out of bed, which made him feel so shamed that he warned his servants not to spread the word about what had happened. 3 or 4 days later, Yan began to feel more like herself again, but she was terribly frightened of the Wutong's return. Under no circumstances would her maidservants sleep in her room, avoiding it by lodging elsewhere in the house. Alone, Yan sat with her candle, grimly awaiting what she must inevitably endure. Before long, Fourth Master entered, together with 2 young men who appeared cultured and refined. There was a servant boy with them who set out some delicacies and wine, and the Wutong motioned for Yan to come drink with them. However, she shrank from them, hanging her head meekly, and even when the spirit more forcefully told her to come drink with them, she refused. She felt quite terrified, afraid that if the monster had his way with her once again, she'd be doomed. The 3 men drank toasts to each other, with the Wutong calling one of them his elder brother and the other one his younger brother. They drank together till midnight, then the 2 guests rose from their seats, saying, "Tonight, Fourth Master, you have an assignation with this provocative beauty, so you must invite us, Second Master and Fifth Master, to return some other time with plenty of wine to drink while we celebrate." Then they said goodbye and went away. Yan begged Fourth Master for mercy as he pulled her through the curtain leading into her bedroom. He forced himself on her again, but it wasn't until she began to bleed and then lost consciousness that the Wutong desisted and left. Yan lay on her bed, feeling unbearable shame and anger, and decided to commit suicide by trying to hang herself with her silk belt, yet each time she tested it, it came undone, failing to choke her. Fortunately, the Wutong spirit allowed enough time between his violations of her to allow her to begin to recover before he returned. This went on for 2 or 3 months because no one in the house could think of any way to deal with the problem. There was a Kuiji man named Wan, a cousin of Zhao, who was strong, bold, and an excellent bowman. One day when he came to see Zhao, it was already after sunset, so Zhao conducted him to the guest house where the family members were all gathered for safety. Then he led Wan to a place where he could lodge in their inner courtyard. Wan lay in bed for a long time, unable to sleep, when he heard what sounded in the courtyard like a man walking around, so he peered out his window and saw a man enter Yan's room. Suspicious, he grabbed his sword and hid himself where he could observe what was going on in the room, consequently spotting the man seated next to Yan, with fancy snacks set out on a table before them. Furious, Wan jumped up, ran over to the room and burst in. The startled man stood up, quickly turning to look for his own sword. By that point, Wan was already burying his weapon in the man's skull, which split open as the man fell to the ground, dead. Upon scrutinizing the body, Wan discovered it to be a small horse, about the size of a mule. Underscore 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 un. Kuiji, a county in Piyu's time, now the city of Shaoxing in Zhejiang province. Stunned, Wan asked Yan who the man was. She explained everything that had been happening to her, then added, "Both of the other Wutongs are about to arrive, so how can we possibly deal with them?" Wan shook his hand back and forth, signaling her not to make another sound. He extinguished the candles in the room, then picked up his bow and arrows and hid himself in the darkness there. Soon, 4 men came flying down out of the sky. Wan quickly shot an arrow, killing the first of them. The other 3 howled in anger, pulling out swords as they searched for the bowman. Wan held a knife as he waited behind the door, silent and motionless. When one of the spirits entered, Wan slit his throat and the Wutong fell dead. Wan remained leaning behind the door and for a long time there was no sound, so he finally came out, then went to knock at Zhao's door, to tell him what had transpired. Zhao was utterly astonished. Taking candles, they went together to look, discovering a horse and 2 boars lying dead. They awoke the household and everyone cheered in celebration. Yet they were still afraid that the other two things might return to wreak havoc, so they prevailed upon Wan to stay with them, roasting the pork and stewing the horse meat for his enjoyment. Both had a marvelously savory flavor, due to their extraordinary sources. Wan's reputation spread widely after this. He stayed with Zhao for a month, but once the weird activity appeared to have ceased, he said goodbye and went on his way. Besides, there was a certain troubled timber merchant who had summoned Wan. The merchant had a daughter who hadn't yet been married, and his troubles began when suddenly a Wutong spirit dropped down in broad daylight, looking like a robust, handsome man about 20 years old, who said that he'd come to make the merchant's daughter his wife, so he gave the merchant 100 taels in silver for her, selected an auspicious day for their marriage and then flew off again. The appointed day was already imminent, and everyone in the merchant's household was scared. When he heard of Wan's reputation, the merchant sent an urgent invitation for Wan to come and visit his family. Fearing that Wan might find excuses for not coming, he concealed his fears and didn't identify the real reason he was being invited. The merchant put on a grand banquet for Wan, and at its conclusion, his daughter, a beauty of 16 or 17, appeared in full makeup and paid her respects to their guest. Wan was surprised and didn't understand what the merchant was up to, so he stood up from his seat and bowed to return her courtesies. Then the merchant pressed him to take his seat again, and told him the truth of his daughter's situation. At first, Wan was a bit unsettled by this sudden turn of events, but since he always aspired to project a heroic image, he stayed. The next morning, while the merchant was busy hanging colorful decorations on their gates, he sent Wan to sit in his daughter's room. By afternoon, the Wutong still hadn't come, and the merchant secretly hoped that perhaps the Wutong had already been destroyed. Before long, as the merchant watched, a bird suddenly descended from the edge of his roof and landed, proceeding afterwards to transform itself into a splendidly attired young man, who then entered his daughter's room. When the Wutong spirit saw Wan there, however, he spun around and ran back out. As Wan followed him out in close pursuit, he noticed a black miasma coming off the Wutong as it prepared to rise up into the air, so he took his sword, leapt up, and with a slashing blow cut off one of its feet, while with a mighty howl it sped away. When they bent down to take a closer look, they saw that the foot had become a giant talon the size of a hand, and no one recognized what kind of bird it was from. They searched for traces of blood and found a trail of it leading into the river. The merchant was overjoyed, and when he found out that Wan wasn't married, he had him make use of the very nuptial bed that previously had been prepared for the Wutong, giving his daughter to the hero to be his wife. Henceforth, whenever people were afflicted by Wutong spirits, they humbly implored Wan to spend the night at their homes. He lived in the timber merchant's home for a year, then took his wife with him and went home. After that, the one remaining Wutong spirit in Wu County never dared openly harm anyone. The collector of these strange tales remarks, Wutong spirits and frog spirits have long been part of folklore, but when they arrive and carry out their promiscuous aggressions, no one dares say a word about it. Truly, throughout the entire world, Master Wan is what we call a hero. 409 Another Wutong spirit. Scholar Jin, whose courtesy name was Wang Sun, lived in Suzhou. He set up a school near the Huai River and was given lodging in the garden of a retired government official. He lived in a small house there, surrounded by a variety of flowers and trees. At night, after dark, once the servants had all left and he was alone, Jin often found himself pacing back and forth, feeling melancholic. One night, when the third watch was almost at an end, suddenly someone rapped at his door. He quickly asked what the person needed, and the response was "A light, please," in a voice that seemed to belong to one of the boy servants. When he opened the door, he discovered a 16-year-old beauty, with a maidservant following along behind her. Jin wondered whether she might be some kind of spirit seductress, so he asked her to tell him what she wanted. She replied, "I took you for a refined scholar who was pitifully alone, so I ignored my many misgivings and came here for us to have an enjoyable night together. I'm afraid that if I say much more, I won't dare come inside, or you won't wish to invite me in. Underscore 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 un. Huai River, traditional divider between the northern and southern halves of China, flowing from Henan Province to Jiangsu Province, where it enters the Yangtze River. Third watch, the third of the 5 traditional 2-hour divisions of the night, from approximately 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Jin then figured she must be a neighbor's daughter and felt anxious that her presence might compromise his reputation, so he courteously thanked her for coming and left it at that. But when she gave him a coy sideways glance as she turned away, all his resistance dissolved into instant infatuation and he was no longer his own master. The girl's maidservant had already figured out where this was leading, so she declared, "Lady Xia, I'd better be going." The girl nodded to her. As the maidservant was leaving, the girl whispered, "Go, go, but don't call me by that name." Once the maidservant was gone, the girl smiled and said, "Since there's no one else here, I had my maid come along with me. But I didn't know that she'd blurt out my baby name in your hearing." "You seem so slender and vulnerable," he replied, "that I'm afraid something bad might come of my involvement with you." "You'll understand more later," she assured him, "but I promise that your reputation won't be destroyed, so you needn't worry." As she sat down on his bed and slowly undid her clothing, he noticed a bracelet on her wrist, 2 strips of gold passing through a pair of shining pearls. Even after the candle was blown out, the light shining from her bracelet filled the room. Jin was even more surprised, simply unable to fathom where she was from or why she'd come to that place. Just as they finished making love, the maidservant came and knocked at the window. The girl got up, lighting a path through the dark with her bracelet, walked out through the trees and was gone. From then on, she came to Jin each night. When it came time for her to leave, he'd try to shadow her, but it was like she already felt him doing this, for she'd cover up the light of her bracelet and in the lush density of the garden's trees it would become too dark for him even to see his own hands, so he'd have to turn back. Underscore 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 un. Lady Xia, Xia, signifies a rosy cloud, or the glow of morning or evening light, hinting at the girl's association with the natural, or supernatural, world rather than the explicitly human realm. One day, when Jin was traveling north of the Huai River, the strap on his bamboo hat broke and the wind almost blew it off, so he had to hold it on with both hands. As he arrived at the river's edge and took a seat in a small ferry boat there, the hat came fluttering past, then began drifting in the current and was swept away. He didn't see how he could do anything about it. After reaching the other side, he watched while a great gust of wind blew his hat round and round in the sky, when, eventually, it came falling down and landed right in his hands. The strap had been reattached to it. It was very strange. Upon returning home to his garden study, he told the girl what had happened. She didn't say anything, merely offering a little smirk in response. This made Jin suspect that she was somehow responsible, so he spoke frankly, "If you happen to be some kind of immortal, I hope you'll say so openly, to dispel any doubts about you I may have." "At the point of your greatest loneliness," she replied, "you've been given a lover to ease your solitude and they say I'm not exactly ugly. What I do for you, I do freely and out of love. If you're troubled enough to interrogate me, do you want to stop seeing me?" Jin didn't dare say anything more about it. Before all this began, Jin had shouldered the responsibility of raising his sister's daughter. After she was married, she was plagued by a Wu-Tong spirit and though he worried about it greatly, he didn't tell anyone else about it. Now, given that he'd been carrying on his intimate relationship with Xia for quite a while, he couldn't keep it pent up inside any longer and he told her about the situation. "This kind of spirit is something my father could drive away," she replied. "But how can I possibly take my lover's private problem to my stern father?" Jin begged her insistently to find a way. She pondered this carefully, then told him, "This might be a simple matter after all, but I must go speak with my father about it. It sounds like the spirits involved may be some slaves belonging to my family, and if I so much as touched one of them, I couldn't wash away the disgrace, even with all the water in the Yangtze River." Jin kept up his fervent pleading without stopping. "I'll carry out my plan at once," she assured him. When she came the next night, she told him, "I've sent my maidservant down south to do what you need. She's not strong, so I'm afraid she may not be able to destroy the Wu Tong." The next night, they'd just gone to sleep when the maidservant arrived and knocked at the door. Jin hurried to let her in. "How did it go?" asked Xia. "It was too strong for me to stop," the maidservant answered, "but I still managed to remove its weapon." With a laugh, Xia asked her to describe what had happened. At first, the maidservant explained, "I figured I'd find it at the house of the gentleman's family, but after arriving, I began to sense that it wasn't there. Thus I went to the son-in-law's house, where lights had all been set out, and when I walked inside, I saw the young lady sitting under a lamp, leaning forward over the table like she was asleep. For protection, I placed her, body and spirit, into a sealed ceramic vessel. Moments later, the Wu Tong appeared and entered the room, then backed out, exclaiming, 'What, there's someone else here?' Next it scrutinized the space carefully, but didn't find anyone. Then it came in again. At that point I was lying in the bed, ready, acting like I could hardly wait for it. It lifted the quilt and got in bed, then cried in a startled voice, 'Wait, there's some kind of weapon here.' All along, I had no desire to touch its filthy thing, but since I was afraid that it might find out what was going on if I waited too long, I quickly caught hold of it and castrated the spirit." The Wu Tong howled in terrorized agony and fled. Then after I got up and opened the ceramic vessel, the young lady woke up and I came back here. Overjoyed, Jin expressed his gratitude to her and then the two women left together. When half a month went by and Xia didn't return, Jin began to worry that he might never see her again. Then at the end of the year, after he'd closed his school and prepared to leave his lodgings with the intention of returning home, the girl suddenly came to see him. Thrilled to see her, Jin declared, "You've been gone such a long time, I thought for sure that you must have suffered some punishment somewhere. Are we really in luck, and you're fine?" "We've been together for a year," she told him, "and for me to part from you without saying anything would be a pity indeed. I heard that you'd closed your school, so I came to say goodbye." Jin implored her to come home with him. With a sigh, Xia replied, "What you're suggesting is impossible. Now that we're about to part, I can't bear for you not to know the truth. I'm really the daughter of the Golden Dragon King and I was destined to have a relationship with you, so that's why I came to you, for us to be together. I shouldn't have sent my maidservant south, because now reports of her action have spread everywhere and the word is out that I had the Wu Tong castrated for you. When my father heard about it, he considered it such a disgrace that in his anger, he wanted to have me put to death. Fortunately, my maidservant took the blame for my actions, which eased his fury a bit. He had her thrashed with 100 blows. Now if I so much as take a few steps somewhere, there's always an old housemaid chaperoning me. I took this opportunity to slip away, for I can't stand to end this because of everything I'm feeling in my heart, but there's nothing I can do about it." When she finished speaking, she turned to walk away. Jin swept her into his arms and started sobbing. "Don't despair," she said, "in 30 years, we can be together again." "But I'm 30 now, in another 30 years, I'll be a white-haired old man, so why would you even want to see me again?" he asked. "There's no problem," she assured him, "for in the palace of the Dragon King, there are no old men. And the question of what you'd look like is irrelevant as long as your life is extended, but if you're really concerned about retaining your youthful looks, taking care of that should be quite easy." Xia wrote down a recipe of what he should take to achieve the desired effect, and then left. When Jin returned home to Suzhou, his niece described a strange thing that had recently happened to her. The other night, I was dreaming that I felt someone grab me and stuff me into a big ceramic serving vessel, then after I woke up, I found a lot of blood on my bed's mattress and the Wutong was gone for good. I've been praying for you to the river god, said Jin. Subsequently, people began to dismiss their suspicions regarding what had been going on with his niece. When Jin reached the age of 60, his looks were still those of a man of about 30. One day, he was crossing the Huai River, when in the distance he saw a lotus leaf that was about as big as a banquet mat floating along with a beautiful woman seated on it, and as he neared her and got a better look, he recognized her as Xia. Just as he leapt out of the boat onto the lotus leaf, the leaf and the couple on it, all shrank until they were no bigger than a coin and then disappeared. This story, just like the one involving Zhao Hong, occurred near the end of the Ming dynasty, but I don't know which of the two stories came first. If the story of Xia comes after the story about the martial talents of Bowman Wan, then in southern Jiangsu province and northern Zhejiang, the maidservant reduced the only surviving Wutong spirit to a mere fraction of its former self, guaranteeing that it could no longer inflict harm on women. Underscore 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 un. Lotus leaf, for the lotus function as a symbol of transcendent beings and of love. See Eberhard, 168-70. Zhao Hong, the pawnbroker character in the previous story, number 408. The Wutong spirits. The Ming dynasty, as the dynasty directly preceding the Qing, the Ming held power from 1368 to 1644. 410 The Shen family. Near the banks of the Jingshui River, there lived a scholar named Shen, whose family was so poor that they couldn't even afford to keep their fires lit all day long. When Shen and his wife tried to talk about it, they couldn't see any way to make things better. "You'll just have to become a bandit," cried his wife. "I'm a scholar's son," said Shen, "and if I can't bring honor to my ancestors, but rather disgrace my family, shaming my forefathers by living like another Daoji, it'd be better for me to be exterminated and die." His wife angrily replied, "Is it a disgrace for you to want to live? We're farmers, but we have no land now, so there are only two paths here. Since you've said that we can't turn to robbery, I guess it'd just be better for me to become a prostitute." This angered Shen, who told his wife that together they'd figure out a solution. His wife then reined in her anger and went to sleep. Shen thought to himself, "I can't even plan 2 meals ahead, and my wife's ready to become a prostitute, so I'd probably be better off dead." He quietly got out of bed, and went out and hanged himself from one of the trees in the courtyard. However, he watched in shock as his father arrived just then and exclaimed, "Foolish boy, this isn't going to help you here." Then he cut the rope keeping Shen suspended and advised him, "You can be a bandit, but you'll have to choose a deep place in the grain field to hide. But as soon as you become rich from your brigandry, you'd better stop." Underscore 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 un. Jingshui River, located in Shaanxi Province. Daoji, a notorious brigand from ancient times. When his wife heard the sound of Shen falling to the ground, she was startled awake. She called to her husband, but received no response. Then when she lit a lamp and went to look for him, she saw the severed rope hanging from one of the trees and Shen apparently dead beneath it. She was terrified. Shen's wife immediately began massaging him brusquely and in moments he revived, then with her assistance he was soon lying down in bed. She scolded him for his juvenile behavior. The next morning, she told everyone that her husband was ill, then begged a neighbor for a bit of thin congee to feed him. Shen noisily slurped it down before going out on an errand. At about noon, he returned, carrying a bag of rice over one shoulder. His wife asked him what he was doing, and he explained, "My father has a lifelong friend who's rich, and heretofore I felt so ashamed at the thought of begging from him that I decided not to do so. The ancients used to say, 'A loser refuses nothing.' Today I'm going to become a bandit, so I no longer have any cares. I hope you can cook this up quickly, because I'm ready now to go along with your suggestion and turn to robbery." His wife was concerned that he hadn't forgotten what she'd said earlier in anger, but she held her tongue and let the matter drop. Hence she washed the rice and made congee with it. When Shen had eaten his fill, he quickly found some hardwood and used his axe to make a large mallet, and once he'd managed to do so, he wanted to go out. His wife then scrutinized his rationale for doing so, and when she learned his true intent, she grabbed him to stop him from going. "You've taught me what I should do," Shen told her, "but this course of action will fail if we're too restrained, so there must be no regrets." Thus he proceeded with determination, disregarding all impediments, and left. By nightfall, he reached the neighboring village, then went and waited in hiding about a li outside it. Suddenly a violent rain began to fall, soaking everything in sight. He looked into the distance and spotted a dense thicket of trees, deciding to seek shelter there. But instead, a flash of brilliant lightning struck the village wall. It looked to him at that moment like there was someone else out walking around in the rain, and he was afraid of being spotted, so when he noticed a grain bin at the base of the wall, he hurried and climbed into it, crouching down to hide. Before long, a man with an imposing physique arrived and dumped in some grain. Shen was so scared that he didn't dare even flinch. Fortunately, the man couldn't see him and left afterwards. Peeking out moments later, Shen saw him climb over the wall into the village. He remembered that there was a wealthy member of the Kong family living just on the other side of the wall and figured this man must be some kind of burglar, so Shen waited for him to collect his take and come back out, counting on catching up with the man in hopes of getting a share of it. Then he thought to himself, "This man looks like a powerful fellow, so if he doesn't agree to give me anything, I'll definitely have to use force to take it." Since he didn't believe he had the strength to do this, he reckoned on taking advantage of the fact that the man wasn't prepared for him. Once he'd settled upon this plan, he hid in wait for a favorable opportunity. Just before the cocks crow, the man started climbing back over the wall. Shen sprang up before the man's feet had even touched the ground, and wielding the rice pounder, he smashed him in the spine so the man fell down no longer human, but now an enormous turtle, with its mouth gaping open like a pot. Horrified by this development, Shen began repeatedly striking the thing, finally succeeding in killing it. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. It happened that old Master Kong had a daughter who was incomparably kind and beautiful, and whom her parents both loved very dearly. One night, a bold man entered their home and forced her to make love with him. She wanted to scream, but he put his tongue into her mouth and soon she passed out, allowing him to finish having his way with her and leave. Afraid of the humiliation if word of the matter got out, the daughter gathered their family's many maidservants together in one room and bolted shut the door. After she'd gone to bed, she was surprised to see the door open. Once the man entered the room, all of the maidservants passed out and were raped by him. As a result, she told each of them how appalling she found such behavior, then she informed her father about what had happened. Kong warned everyone in the household that he was going to have soldiers surround the maids' quarters, then he stationed other servants with candles to sit and keep watch in those quarters. When it drew close to midnight and everyone inside and outside started to fall asleep, suddenly they awoke as from a dream and Kong saw his daughter lying naked in bed, acting as though she'd gone insane, but only after she'd fallen back asleep for quite a while did she actually wake up. Kong felt an intense hatred of the man responsible for his daughter's suffering, but didn't know what he could do about it. After a few months, his daughter became dangerously thin. Kong told everyone he met, "To anyone who kills the man responsible for this crime, I'll offer 300 taels in gratitude." Shen also happened to hear about the incident. That very night, when he killed the turtle demon, he realized that the thing must have also posed as the man who dishonored Kang's daughter. Thus he knocked at Kang's door and offered to give the old man the proof of his deed. The overjoyed Kong insisted that Shen come in and have a seat while he sent servants out to carry the turtle into the courtyard, where he had its meat cut up into small slices. The old man persuaded Shen to stay the night, then the next day shared the turtle meat with him and paid in full what he'd promised. Shen consequently hoisted the tails over his shoulder and returned home. When Shen didn't return home the entire night, his wife became worried about him, thus when she saw him come in, she quickly asked him what had happened. Shen didn't answer, but simply took out the tails and laid them on their bed. Counting them all, his wife could hardly believe it, exclaiming in astonishment, "You really did rob someone." "You forced me into this," Shen answered, "so why make it sound like such a surprise?" In tears, his wife answered him, "What I said before was just to tease you. Now you've surely committed some kind of fatal crime, and I can't let you involve me in a life of thievery. I'd rather die first." Then she rushed out. Shen quickly chased after her, laughing as he pulled her back inside and told her the truth about what had happened, which made his wife much happier. Henceforward, Shen lived as a wealthy man. The collector of these strange tales remarks, people shouldn't worry about being poor, but rather about having no moral scruples. A man with moral scruples won't die, even if he's starving, even if other people won't take pity on him, ghosts will protect him. There are poor in our world, and if they forget human obligations when there are benefits they can receive, or forget humiliation just in order to obtain some food, other people will never dare trust them, so how could the spirits forgive them? Among some poor people in my town, there was a certain man named Yi, and as it neared the end of the year, he found himself without even a complete set of clothes to wear. He thought to himself, "How am I ever going to make it past the end of the year?" He didn't dare talk to his wife about it, so he decided to arm himself with a club, then went out and hid himself near a tomb, hoping that some lone traveler would happen by so he could rob him of all his possessions. Yi eagerly watched for a target to pass by, but there were no signs of anyone in the vicinity. After a while, the cold wind blowing through the trees began to pierce him to the bones, to the point that he just couldn't stand it any longer. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly he saw a hunchbacked man appear. He felt exultant, grabbed his club, and hastily emerged from his hiding place. With a bag over his back as he walked down the left side of the path, the old man dolefully pleaded, "I don't have anything of value to give you. My family has had so little to eat, I had to go to my son-in-law's home and beg for him to give me 5 sheng of rice." Yi tore the bag of rice away from him, but also wanted to take the old man's cotton jacket. Yet he left it alone since the man was old, let him go, then hefted the bag over his shoulder and returned home. When his wife asked him how he'd come by the rice, he lied that a gambling debt had been paid. Yi privately thought his plan had worked out perfectly. The next night, he went out again. He hadn't been at his spot for very long when he saw a man who was carrying a club over his shoulder arrive, toss the club down next to one of the tombs there, then squat down and scan the whole area as if he was there for the same reason as Yi. Yi proceeded to hang back, hiding behind the tombs, rather than coming out. The other man then seemed startled and cried out, "Who's there?" "A fellow professional," Yi answered. "So why haven't you started to work?" the man asked. Yi replied, "I've been waiting for you." The other man couldn't keep himself from laughing at this. Each of them explained his circumstances to the other, revealing that they'd taken this course of action to avoid suffering from hunger and cold. Underscore 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 un. Sheng. This can variously signify volumes equal to a liter, wet, or to a pint, dry. The night had already grown dark, so it was unlikely that anyone would be coming by for them to rob. When Yi expressed his desire to go home, the other man replied, "Even though you claim to have chosen this way of life, you're acting like someone with no experience at all. In front of the nearby village, there's a family preparing to celebrate their daughter's marriage, and if we manage to slip in there at midnight, we'll have the whole family at our mercy. Follow me, and we'll each get a fair share. This plan delighted Yi, so he went along with it. They came to a gate where they heard the sounds of people inside making steamed cakes, indicating that they weren't yet asleep, so they hid and waited. Not much later, when a man opened and shut the door, then came out carrying a large staff over his shoulder like he intended to draw water from the well, Yi and the other man took advantage of the opportunity to slip inside. They saw lights shining from a room on the north side while all the other rooms were pitch black. Then they heard an old woman say, "Young mistress, I was able to arrange things in the east room so you can find them, with everything from your trousseau placed in a trunk there, but I forgot and left it unlocked." They heard the young woman make a casual, dismissive sound. The two intruders were privately exultant and stealthily hurried to the east room, where in the dark they fumbled around until they found a trunk lying on the floor. They opened its cover and began sifting through its contents, though in the shadows they couldn't see the bottom of it. "Dig in," the other man told Yi. Consequently, Yi reached in, found something that was wrapped up, took it, passed it to the other man and started to leave. "Is that all you're taking?" demanded his partner. "That's it," said Yi. The other man sneered with mocking derision, "You'd better take another look." When Yi did so, the man pushed him in, shut the case, locked it and hurried away. Yi meanwhile, trapped inside, became nervously overwrought, unable to think of any way to get out. Almost immediately, bright lights appeared in the room, shining first upon the case. Yi heard the old woman say, "Someone's already locked it up." Thereupon, the young woman's mother joined her in sitting on a bed as they blew out their candles. Frantic, Yi began making a sound like a rat growling on something. "There's a rat in the trunk," cried the young woman. The old woman replied, "It won't ruin anything but some of your wardrobe. I'm too tired to deal with it now, but you can take a look for yourself." The young woman shook out her clothing then proceeded to open up the trunk. Yi immediately jumped out, while the startled young woman fainted. He pulled the door shut as he ran out, and even though he was leaving empty-handed, Yi considered himself lucky to have avoided being caught. Realizing that they had been burglarized, the bride-to-be's family spread the news in all directions. Someone suggested that Yi was responsible. Scared of being caught, Yi fled 100 li to the east, where an innkeeper hired him to work as a servant. A year passed and rumors about the incident eased up, so Yi was finally able to pick up his wife and bring her to live with him, without engaging in robbery. This is how he told the story to me, and since it was similar to the story of the Shen family, I decided to put the two of them together. 411 Hung Niang. Hong Day lived in the national capital with a wife named Zhu, who was extremely attractive, and the two were quite in love with each other. As time passed, Hong made a maidservant named Baade his concubine, and though she was not as lovely as Zhu, he cherished her nevertheless. Zhu grew indignant over this and hence the couple began to quarrel. Though Hong didn't dare openly spend the night in his concubine's room, he began nevertheless to consider Baade even more dear to him, neglecting Zhu. Eventually, Hong moved into a new residence, becoming neighbors with a silk merchant named Di. After some time had passed, Di's wife, Hung Niang, made a point of coming over to visit Zhu. Hung Niang was about 30, possessed rather average looks, but was a lively conversationalist. Zhu found her company very pleasant. The following day, when Zhu came to pay her respects to Hung Niang, she noticed that there was also a concubine in the Di household who was about 20 and quite lovely. They'd been neighbors for almost 6 months, yet Zhu had never heard even the slightest rumor of any discord next door, for Di loved no one but Hung Niang and the concubine had little actual position in their home. Underscore 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 un. Zhu. Baade, both valuable women, as Zhu means pearl and Baade means jeweled belt. When Zhu saw Hung Niang one day, she asked her, I've felt in the past that my husband loved his concubine simply because of what she was and that he really wanted her for his wife, so he was calling her his concubine in name only. Now I realize that maybe that wasn't the case at all. What's your approach for dealing with your husband? If you'll teach me, I'll be forever beholden to you. My, exclaimed Hung Niang. You've driven him away from you, and yet you think it's his doing? From morning till night, he hears your tiresome complaints pushing him away, increasing his desire to leave. The next time he comes to sleep with you, enthusiastic about making love, don't let him in. After a month goes by, we'll confer again, and I'll give you the next part of the plan. Zhu did as she advised, heaping adornments on Beade and then sending her to sleep with Hong. Whenever she ate and drank together with Hong, she invited Beade to join them. But any time that Hong wished to be intimate with Zhu, she resisted him, driving him even more strongly into Beade's arms, until hence others began to comment on Zhu's remarkably magnanimous nature. A month went by this way, then Zhu went to see Hung Niang. Pleased, Hung Niang declared, enough of that tactic. Return home and completely change your appearance. Don't wear nice clothing, don't put on any makeup or wash your face, and wear worn-out shoes, as though you're just one of the servants doing manual labor. In another month, you can come back for more advice. Zhu did as she suggested. She dressed in patched clothing, didn't clean herself up, and engaged in spinning and weaving without the least complaint or questioning. Hong took pity on her and sent Beade to take over part of the work she was doing. Zhu, however, wouldn't accept the help and kept complaining about her until Beade left. Things went this way for another month and then Zhu went back to see Hung Niang. You've done exactly as I suggested, she said. The day after tomorrow is the Shangxi festival, so I'd like to invite you to come along with me to walk through some springtime gardens. You should replace your worn-out clothing with a fine robe, stockings and shoes, all completely new, and come to see me early in the morning. I'll be there, Zhu replied. When the day of the festival arrived, Zhu looked in the mirror and carefully applied her makeup, doing just as she'd been instructed. Once she was finished, she went to see Hung Niang. Overjoyed, Hung Niang exclaimed, "That's it!" Then she coiled up Zhu's hair and pinned it in a bun so it caught the light brilliantly. She ripped out the hem of Zhu's robe and re-sewed it to make it more form-fitting. Hung Niang also told her that her shoes were ungainly looking, so she reached into a bamboo trunk and took out a new pair that hadn't been finished, which the two worked on together till they were done, and then Hung Niang had Zhu put them on. Later that day, before she returned home, Hung Niang served Zhu some wine and urged her, "After you get home, let your husband see you, but quickly shut your door and go to bed. Then when he comes and knocks for you to open your door, act like you didn't hear him. After he finally begs 3 times for you to let him in, then you can open the door. But don't say anything and keep your hands and feet together, refusing him access. In another 2 weeks, come here again." Zhu went home, making sure that Hong noticed her dazzling appearance. He looked her over closely, seeming happier than he'd ever been before. Zhu spoke a little bit about the outing she'd had with Hung Niang, then rested her chin in her hand, like she was feeling drowsy. Though it was still before sunset, she stood up and went to her room, where she shut the door so she could go to sleep. Underscore 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 un. Shangxi Festival, traditionally held on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, as family groups go on outings, pick flowers, like orchids, and engage in ritual cleansings, while praying for blessings and for protection from misfortunes and evil spirits. In a little while, when Hong consequently showed up and pleaded with her to open her door, Zhu lay still and didn't get up till he finally decided to leave. The next night, the same thing happened. When he appeared for a 3rd time the next morning, he asked her why she wouldn't let him in. "I've gotten used to sleeping alone," she responded, "and I couldn't stand having my rest disturbed." After sunset, Hong entered her bedroom and refused to budge. When he snuffed out the candle and climbed into bed with her, it was like they were newlyweds, enjoying each other with rapturous joy. Yet when Hong tried to make plans to sleep with her again the next night, she refused. Instead, she told him he would have to wait for 3 days. A couple weeks passed, and Zhu returned once again to visit Hung Niang. After this, you'll be able to have your husband all to yourself, she told Zhu, as she shut her gate. Though you're beautiful, you don't really intrigue him. With your looks, if you can just fascinate him a bit, he'll dote on you like another Xi. Accordingly, she tested Zhu's ability to make coy glances and cried, "Not like that. They've got to come from the corner of your eye." Then she tested Zhu's demure smile and exclaimed, "That's not it. Your left cheek doesn't look right." She proceeded to coach Zhu to make her glances more shyly lovely and to make her smile sweet and charming, then had her practice diligently. After dozens and dozens of tries, Zhu finally got the hang of it. Hung Niang told her, "When you go home now, if you take your mirror and keep practicing this, no one will be able to equal your skills. As for what happens in bed, just go with your opportunities, do what pleases him and be lively, but I can't explain more than that." Zhu went home and followed Heng Niang's instructions precisely. This made Hong buoyantly happy, for he was utterly enraptured with her and his only fear was that she might turn him away. By sunset, he was already flirting and teasing with her in her bedroom, not daring now to take a single step outside the room where he'd been visiting her throughout the day, for she could no longer keep him out. Underscore 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 un. Xi, one of the 4 archetypal beauties of ancient China, Xi lived during the 5th century BCE. Zhu also treated Beade with greater kindness, and whenever she was taking a meal with her husband, she always called for Beade to come and join them, but in Hong's eyes, Beade was becoming increasingly ugly, so he'd end up sending her away even before they finished eating. Zhu also tricked her husband into entering Beade's room and then locked the door, yet all night long, Hong resisted taking advantage of the situation to make love to her. As a result, Beade came to despise Hong, always slandering and maligning him when she spoke to other people. Hong consequently became even more fed up and disgusted with her, and eventually began to whip her. Beade was furious and stopped taking care of her appearance, pulling on worn and dirty shoes, allowing her hair to become wildly disheveled, till she was no longer allowed to talk to other people. One day, Hung Niang asked Zhu, "How are my methods working for you?" "They're working wonderfully, yet while I followed all of your instructions, in the end I don't understand why they worked," Zhu replied. "Why'd you tell me to let Hong indulge himself with Beade?" Hung Niang explained, "Haven't you heard the saying, men get tired of the familiar and crave the new, valuing variety? Your husband loved his concubine not because she was beautiful, but because she felt like a fresh conquest to him, but fortunately he grew tired of her. You indulged him until he'd had his fill, and if a man has enough of even the tastiest morsel, he'll no longer crave the taste for it. Why did you have me ruin my appearance and then later make it attractive again?" When something familiar is no longer in view, Hung Niang told her, "It begins to feel as though it's been gone for a long time. When Hong suddenly saw your colorful clothing and gorgeous makeup, it was as though a new woman had come to him. He was like a poor man who'd suddenly been given the choicest food to eat, only to discover that ordinary food no longer tasted good. Just don't let your husband have easy, continual access to you, and you'll remain fresh, while Beade grows stale. This is the method for replacing the concubine with the wife." These words made Zhu so happy that Hung Niang became a regular visitor to her home, and the two were close friends ever after. Several years went by, and then all of a sudden, Hung Niang told Zhu, "Though we two have been as close as anyone can be, there's something I've never mentioned all these years. I've wanted to say something, but I was afraid your feelings about me might change. Now that we've been friends for so long, I feel I can tell you the truth. I'm really a fox. I was very young when my mother died, and my stepmother sold me in the capital to merchant D. My husband treated me kindly, so I couldn't bear to leave him, and we became so affectionately attached that I've remained with him till now. Tomorrow, my father's soul will leave his body as he becomes an immortal, so I must go with him and I won't be able to return." Zhu held Hanganiang's hands and sobbed. Early the next morning, when members of the Di family went to wake her, they were astonished and filled with trepidation, for Hung Niang had vanished. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "It's like buying a pearl but not valuing it, instead valuing the fancy box in which it's stored. One can't change the 1,000-year-old truism that people always will be attracted by the new and distance themselves from the old, but there's an art to switching abhorrence for love," and Hung Niang was able to help Zhu do just that. In ancient times, a canny official was one who served the emperor by preventing him from seeing other officials and reading their proposals. It seems that the lesson of how to regain someone's love has to be learned in person from someone knowledgeable. 412 Gejin. Chang Daong was from Luoyang. His favorite pastime was cultivating tree peonies. When he heard that Kozhu peonies were of unsurpassed excellence, he set his mind on going there. It happened that other business necessitated his traveling to Kozhu, and he was able to avail himself of lodging in the garden courtyard of a retired government official there. It was February at the time, and the peonies hadn't yet begun to blossom, so all he could do was wander through the gardens, looking for sprouts or buds to emerge. To pass the time, Chang wrote 100 different heartfelt poems about peonies. Before too long, the flowers began to bud, but the money he'd brought to cover his expenses was nearly depleted. He went and pawned his spring clothing, so reluctant to leave that he forgot all about returning home. One day before dawn, he hurried out to look at the flowers and discovered a young lady and an old woman already there. Chang figured that she was the daughter of some wealthy family, so he hastened to go back the way he'd come. At dusk he went back out, spotted them again, and more leisurely retreated from view. A few minutes later he peeked out, noting the young lady's stunningly beautiful clothing was like what one might see in the imperial palace. Underscore 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 un. Luoyang, located in Henan Province. Kozhu, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now part of Shandong Province's Hezi County. Dazzled and infatuated, he had a sudden epiphany. She must be one of the celestials, for how could there be such a woman from this world? He quickly ran out to look for her and rushed past a decorative display of rocks, where he happened to run into the old woman. The young lady was sitting nearby on a stone and cast a surprised glance at Chang. The old woman interposed herself in front of the girl, scolding him, "What are you doing, you crazy scholar?" Kneeling reverentially, Chang exclaimed, "This young lady must surely be a fairy spirit." "For that kind of wild talk," cried the old woman, "you should be tied up and taken before the district magistrate." Chang was quite shaken by her words. The young lady smiled and told the old woman, "Let's get away." They rushed past the rock display and disappeared. Chang wanted to retrace his steps, but he could hardly move, paralyzed by the thought of the young lady returning home to tell her father and brothers what he had said, which they would almost certainly consider an insult and come after him. He flung himself on the floor of the empty studio where he was staying, repenting his rash comments. He considered it fortunate that the young lady hadn't appeared to be angry with him, so maybe she wouldn't give it any additional thought. He experienced such mixed feelings of remorse and fear that he felt sick all night long. As the sun came up the next morning, he was happy to see that he wasn't being called to account by some delegation of her male relatives, so he gradually calmed down. And as he recalled the young lady's voice and appearance, his fear turned to desire for her. He suffered from these thoughts for 3 days, growing so ill and haggard from his love longings that he wanted to die. His candle was still burning bright one midnight, and his servant was already deep asleep. The old woman entered, holding a bowl, and approached Chang to say, "My lady, Gejin, made this poisoned soup with her own hands, so drink it down quickly." Chang was shocked to hear her words and after composing himself, replied, "There's no long-standing enmity between your lady and me, so why has she sent you to order my suicide? But since she's made this for me herself, and the alternative is to waste away from lovesickness, I guess I'd better just take the poison and die." Thus he did as she instructed and drank the whole bowl. The old woman laughed, picked up the bowl, and left. Chang experienced the concoction as a fragrant, cooling fluid and it was as if he hadn't been poisoned at all. Presently, he became aware of his insides relaxing, while his mind felt alert, so he merrily went to sleep. When he awakened, the rays of the setting sun were streaming through his window. He tried getting up, only to discover that it was as though he'd never been ill and he began to believe even more definitely that the young lady was a fairy spirit. Since he was unable to engage her on her own level, whenever there was no one around he performed something like a Buddhist veneration of her, standing and kneeling, piously offering his obeisance and praying silently. One day, he was out wandering when all at once, in a dark thicket of trees, he found himself looking right into the face of Gejin, and since he was in luck and there wasn't anyone else around, overjoyed, he flung himself to the ground before her. As she approached to pull him up, Chang suddenly sensed a rare fragrance from her body and thus he took her beautiful hand in his own and stood up. The skin of Gejin's fingers was so soft and supple that it made his very joints go weak. Just as he was about to tell her how he felt, the old woman suddenly appeared. Gejin urged Chang to hide himself behind a rock, then pointed to the south and told him, "Take a ladder tonight and climb over the wall, where you'll find my room, which has red windows on all sides." Then she hurried away. Chang was so disappointed to see her go that he felt bereft of his very spirit, unable even to tell where he was going. That night, he moved the ladder and climbed over the south wall, where he discovered another ladder in place for him to climb down, which he did happily, and accordingly located the room with red windows. From inside it, he heard the sound of ghost stones being played, so he stood still there for a long time, not daring to interrupt, till he finally decided to go back the way he came and return home. After a while, Chang tried climbing over the wall once again, but he could still hear the sounds of the ghost stones. Gradually he drew closer to take a peek, observing Gejin facing a beauty who was dressed in mourning clothes, and the old woman was also sitting there while a maidservant attended them. Thus he went back home again. By the time he made his third essay over the wall, the night had already advanced into the third watch. Crouching behind the ladder on Gejin's side of the wall, Chang heard the old woman say, "Who put that ladder there?" She called for the maidservant to help her move it elsewhere. Chang then climbed back up onto the wall and though he wished to climb down Gejin's side once again, there was no longer a ladder there, so, in frustration, he retired to his own side. The next night he tried again, for the ladder on Gejin's side had once again been set there for him. Pleased that it was quiet and there was no one else around, he entered the room, where he found Gejin sitting stock still, as if deep in thought. When she spotted Chang, she stood up, startled, and backed away from him shyly. He bowed respectfully before her, declaring, "I've always said that my luck was limited and I feared that a fairy spirit would have nothing to do with me, yet here we are tonight." Then he pulled her into a tight embrace. Underscore 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 Third watch, the third of the 5 traditional 2-hour divisions of the night, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Her slender waist barely filled his hands, and exhaling a breath like orchids, she resisted strenuously, crying, "What's your hurry?" "Many things can obstruct the attempt to achieve happiness," replied Chang, "and if we take too long, the spirit world will grow jealous and interfere." No sooner had these words left his lips than they heard someone in the distance saying something. Gejin quickly exclaimed, "My younger sister, Yubin, is coming. For the time being, you can hide under the bed." Chang did as she advised. Soon, a girl walked in, remarking with a laugh, though I've already defeated your army, General, would you be up for another skirmish? I've got some tea brewed, so I thought I'd invite you over for some all-night gaming. Gejin declined, claiming that she was simply too tired to play. Yubin begged her insistently, but her sister adamantly refused to budge from her chair. You seem so passionately anchored here, it wouldn't be because you're hiding a man in your room, would it? Tugging on Gejin, Yubin dragged her out the gate and they left together. Chang crawled out from under the bed, exasperated at the turn of events, and began searching among her bedroom furnishings and kitchenware, hoping that she'd left behind some personal item that he might take with him. Though there were no women's toiletries in the room, there was a crystalline scepter next to the bed, wrapped with purple cloth, of pristine loveliness. He stashed it in his robe and went back over the wall to return home. Even from inside his robe sleeve, the fragrant scent of her body emanated from the scepter, which made his ardor for her all the greater. However, he'd been afraid while hiding under her bed, and now he feared that he might be punished for his act, yet he didn't dare go back again with it, so instead he hid the precious scepter, hoping that she'd come looking for it. The next night, Gejin did indeed come, and with a smile, she commented, "I took you for a gentleman, but I had no idea that you were also a robber." "I had my reasons," Chang replied. "That is, I didn't behave like a gentleman because I hoped the scepter would bring you to me." Then he took her into his arms and reached his hands inside her clothing, loosening the ties on her robe to expose her snow-white flesh, her fragrant warmth spreading all around him as they embraced. He felt that every scent from her body, whether of her breath or of her sweat, was a rare fragrance. Accordingly, he told her, "I had a strong feeling that you were a fairy spirit, and now I realize that I wasn't mistaken. I'm lucky to share a relationship with you, whether it's in past, present, or future incarnations. But I'm afraid that you'll be shut out from the realm of the immortals if you marry below your station, and that it'll lead to a sorrowful parting." Smiling, Gejin told him, "You can set aside your worries. I'm nothing more than an enraptured girl in love, who happens to have been attracted to you. But this affair needs to be kept secret, for I fear otherwise that loose lips will make up malicious rumors, and since you can't sprout wings, and I can't ride the wind, a forced separation would be much more traumatic for us than an amiable parting." Chang agreed with her, but he still suspected that she was really a fairy spirit, so he kept inquiring about her surname. "If you take me for some kind of fairy," said Gejin, "why do you need me to give you some kind of name?" "Then who's that old lady?" asked Chang. She explained, "That's Granny Mulberry. When I was young, she taught me how to survive outside, so she's not just some kind of maidservant." She stood up then to leave, commenting, "There are many eyes back at my place, so I mustn't stay any longer, but I'll watch for an opportunity and then come again." Just as she was about to leave, she asked to retrieve the scepter from him, explaining, "This doesn't belong to me, Yubin left it behind." "Who is Yubin?" asked Chang. "She's my uncle's younger sister," Gejin explained. Thus he handed her the scepter and she left. After she departed, his quilt and pillows were all suffused with her rare fragrance. Thenceforward, she always came to him, every 2 or 3 nights. Chang was so passionately obsessed with her that he could no longer even think of returning home to Luoyang. But his money purse was nearly empty, so he figured he'd have to sell his horse. Realizing what he had in mind, Gejin told him, "This is all because of me, and I can't bear for you to empty your purse and pawn your clothes. What's more, if you sell your means of transportation, how will you ever travel the 1,000 li to return home? I have some private savings that can help you to cover your travel expenses." Chang declined, explaining, "Your love for me is touching, and if I pledged my very flesh to you, it wouldn't be enough to offer in return, so what kind of man would I be to use up your savings greedily? You can just borrow it for now," Gejin insisted fervently. Then she took Chang's arm, and led him beneath a mulberry tree, where she pointed to a stone and said, "Turn that over." Chang did as she directed. Then from her hair she pulled out a hairpin, poked it into the ground several dozen times and commanded, search there. Again, Chang did as she told him. Soon he uncovered the mouth of an urn. Gejin looked inside it and took out about 50 taels of silver. Chang grabbed her arm to stop her from removing any more, but she wouldn't hear of it and withdrew another 10 bars of silver, though Chang firmly returned half the amount and then covered up the urn. One night, Gejin told him, for the past few days, there's been some idle gossip circulating, and it won't be long before it affects us, so we'll have to plan accordingly. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. But what can we do about it? Cried Chang, upset. I'm usually such a cautious person, but now that I'm involved with you, I'm like a widow who's thrown caution aside. I'm no longer my own master. I'll do anything you tell me to do, even if it involves swords and axes, for I can no longer turn away from you. Gejin proposed that they run away together, but told Chang to return home first, then made arrangements to meet up with him in Luoyang. Chang subsequently made arrangements for his return home, intending to arrive there before Gejin and then afterwards to rendezvous with her. Upon arriving, however, he discovered Gejin's carriage already waiting at his gate. They walked up the steps to his courtyard and greeted the members of his household, while his neighbors, surprised by Gejin's presence, congratulated the couple, though none of them were aware that the two had run away together. To Chang, it seemed like a dangerous plan, but Gejin seemed entirely calm as she told him, even if they were able to reach 1,000 li to look for us, and discovered us, I'm the daughter of an influential family, and if I choose to elope, they're not going to interfere with my business or cause trouble for the man I love. Gejin turned to look at Chang's younger brother, Daki, who was 17, and commented, he has an innate goodness and his future will most certainly be brighter than yours. A date for Daki's marriage had been arranged, but then his intended wife suddenly died, though she was quite young. Gejin remarked to Chang, since you've already had a glimpse of my younger sister, Yubin, you know she's not unattractive, and she's about the same age as your brother, so they'd undoubtedly make a very happily married couple. Chang smiled upon hearing this and playfully asked for Gejin to act as matchmaker. Certainly, if you want it to happen, she responded, there'll be no problem. How are you going to make it happen? He asked happily. My sister and I are on very good terms, replied Gejin. We can send a servant woman with a pair of horses and carriage to go pick her up and bring her here. Chang was afraid that the prior matter of the elopement might stir up trouble, so he didn't dare agree to her plan. Nothing bad will happen, she reassured him. Hence Chang directed a carriage to be sent and that Yubin be accompanied by Granny Mulberry. A few days later, the old woman arrived in Kozhu. Just as she was approaching the village gates, she climbed down from the carriage, instructed the driver to wait there in the road and then took advantage of the evening darkness to enter the village. After a good long while, she returned with Yubin and together they climbed into the carriage and rode off. The next night, they slept in the carriage and then at the beginning of the 5th watch, they set off again. Gejin had calculated their time of arrival, so she sent Daki out in splendid attire and he met up with them about 50 li outside Luoyang. He took over and drove the carriage back home, where drums and instruments met them by the light of wedding candles, and after bowing respectfully to each other, Daki and Yubin completed the marriage rites. From this point forward, the brothers both enjoyed their beautiful wives and with each passing day, the household grew wealthier. One day, a few dozen bandits came riding up, thundering onto their estate. Chang quickly realized what was happening, so he herded everyone in the house upstairs. The outlaws quickly spread out, surrounding the building. Looking down from above, Chang courteously asked them, "Do you have something against us?" "Nothing specifically against you," said one of the bandits. "But there are 2 things that we'd ask of you. We've heard that you have 2 women here who are without equals in all the world, so we'd like a look at them, and for each of the 58 of us, we want 500 taels." Then the men laid firewood around the foundation of the house, making ready to set it on fire from all sides. Underscore 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 un. Fifth watch, that is, between 3 to 5 a.m. Chang agreed to give them the money that they'd demanded. This, however, wasn't enough to satisfy the bandits completely, so they prepared to set fire to the building, terrifying the family members. Gejin determined to go downstairs with Yuban and refused to listen to any attempts to stop them. Wearing stunning clothes and makeup, they descended but stopped 3 steps from the bottom, where they told the outlaws, "We sisters are fairy spirits living for a time in the mortal world, so what fear do we have of outlaws and robbers? We were prepared to give you 10,000 taels, but we figure now that you wouldn't dare accept it." The crowd of bandits all bowed respectfully, together answering, "We wouldn't dare." As the sisters turned to leave, one of the bandits cried, "It's just a trick." When Gejin heard this, she turned dramatically, stood there for quite some time, and then declared, "If you intend to do something, you'd better attempt it now, without waiting any longer." The outlaws all looked at each other in silence. The sisters unhurriedly departed, walking back upstairs. Looking up, the bandits watched their receding steps, then uproariously started fleeing. 2 years went by, then each of the sisters gave birth to a son, so they finally began to talk about themselves. "Our surname is Wei, and our mother had the title Lady of Kozhu conferred upon her." Chang found this suspicious, since there were no influential families with the name Wei in Kozhu, and then, if a great family was missing its daughters, how is it possible that it would disregard the fact? Although he didn't dare pursue the matter with questions, he thought it odd, nonetheless. Consequently, he found a pretext for visiting Kozhu again, and as he passed through its vicinity, he made inquiries, discovering that there were no noble families in the area named Wei. Thus it was that Chang took up temporary residence with his former host again. Almost immediately, he noticed a poem hanging on the wall there that was dedicated to the Lady of Kozhu, which he found very strange indeed, and so he asked his host about it. His host just laughed about it and asked him if he wanted to go see the Lady of Kozhu. They came to a particular tree peony that stood as tall as the eaves of the house. When Chang asked him why it had been given its name, his host replied that it was considered the number 1 flower in Kozhu, and thus someone who shared that perspective had playfully conferred the title upon it. When Chang asked him what variety of tree peony it was, his host replied, "It's a purple gejin." Chang felt even more unsettled upon hearing this and began to suspect that his gejin was a flower fairy. Upon returning home, he didn't dare mention what he'd learned, instead reciting the poem to his wife, to observe her reaction. Gejin knit her brows, her face flushed with anger, then she rushed out, calling for Yuban to get their children and join her, telling Chang, 3 years ago, I was moved when you looked at me with love, and thus I submitted my body to your embraces, now you just look at me with misgivings, so how can we possibly stay together?" At that moment, she and Yuban both threw their children far away into the distance, and when the boys fell to earth, they simply vanished. Chang was horrified, then the 2 women also disappeared. He deeply regretted his earlier comments, but the damage had already been done. Several days after this, at the place where the 2 boys had fallen, 2 tree peonies sprouted and in a single night grew to be a chi in diameter, then later that same year they bloomed, 1 purple and 1 white, with heads the size of a platter, much larger than ordinary gejin and yuban peonies, and possessing an especially abundant quantity of petals. In a few years, they grew into a shady thicket. When the peonies were separated and transplanted elsewhere, they metamorphosed into unique new varieties, so no one knew what to call them. From then on, the tree peonies flourished and there were none that could equal those of Luoyang. The collector of these strange tales remarks, supernatural beings can understand when others express obsessive feelings for them, but one can't say whether the flowers would reciprocate those feelings in the same fashion. In his chilly little office, Bai Zhi fantasized that a flower became his wife, but if that flower could actually have spoken to him, would he have ever needed to pry into her background? I feel sorry that Scholar Chang didn't grasp that. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. Bai Zhi, a Tang dynasty poet and government official, by 772 to 846 CE, often wrote about flowers, and many of those poems were melancholic reveries on solitude.